that feeling deep down that there must be something more to life, something real, something steady. We live in a time where everything moves so fast, where the pressure to achieve, to impress, to outshine is relentless. And yet, the question remains, what truly matters? Is it success as others define it? Or is there a way to live that feels true, meaningful, and fulfilling beyond the latest trends or fleeting validation? This world seems to demand a lot from us. We're told to be ambitious, bold, and productive, yet also to stay calm, resilient, and wise. The tension can feel overwhelming, and when people let us down, when others push boundaries, or when we find ourselves in toxic situations, it's easy to feel drained, like our energy is being pulled in 100 different directions. We may feel like we're losing ourselves in the expectations, opinions, and behaviors of others. In these moments, it can be hard to keep our footing, to know which voices to listen to, and to find solid ground in the chaos. But there's good news. We don't have to go through life like this. Long before the age of social media, endless productivity hacks, and pressure to be always on, people have sought answers to the big questions, answers that touch on how to live fully, peacefully, and in a way that respects our worth. Over 2,000 years ago, some of the brightest minds delved into these questions, and their discoveries are still available to us. Ancient philosophers, thinkers, and teachers like Seneca, Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, Confucius, pondered life's most complex challenges. Their wisdom isn't just academic. These were individuals who sought genuine freedom from the burdens of the world, who wanted to understand how to remain strong, kind, and wise no matter what life threw at them. They asked questions like, how do we handle disrespect? What should we do when someone tries to manipulate us? How can we stand up for ourselves without anger? And perhaps most importantly, what can we do to cultivate an unshakable sense of self-worth? At the heart of their wisdom is one powerful message: our sense of self, our inner peace, our worth, our strength, shouldn't be controlled by others. They taught that we don't need to please everyone, nor should we bend to every opinion, every criticism, every push or pull. These ancient thinkers recognized that, while we may not control every situation, we have a say in how we respond. And that power, though it might seem small, is the key to living a life that truly feels like our own. Maybe you've experienced moments where you've stood your ground and afterward felt a rush of relief and pride. Or maybe you've found that setting a small boundary, a no to something that didn't serve you, gave you a surprising sense of freedom. These moments of inner strength are reminders of what happens when we start listening to ourselves, to our own values and instincts. But holding on to that strength day in and day out can be hard. The world around us often pushes back, and people will sometimes try to test our boundaries or question our decisions. We might even face criticism from those we care about. How do we stay true to ourselves amid all this? How do we find and keep our balance? The answers lie in practices that are simple, but not always easy. Setting boundaries, responding calmly to insults, learning to recognize toxic behaviors. All these skills are part of a larger journey of self-respect and growth. They're about standing up for ourselves without having to defend ourselves. They're about understanding that we don't have to explain or apologize for our choices, especially when we know they're right for us. These ancient principles remind us that we can live authentically, that we don't need to change who we are to fit others' expectations. And in practicing this self-respect, we open the door to a deeper sense of joy, freedom, and resilience. Think of it as the art of self-respect, one that combines kindness, wisdom, and strength. When we start to look at life through this lens, we see that true power doesn't come from controlling others or proving ourselves. It comes from knowing ourselves. True self-worth is found in the courage to say, This is who I am, and I stand by it. And what's more freeing than the knowledge that we are allowed to do that? That we can live in a way that respects who we are without constantly chasing approval. As you begin this journey, remember that there will be moments of challenge, but also profound rewards. You may face doubts or hesitation, but every time you choose yourself, your true self, you'll feel your inner strength grow. This isn't about turning life into a battle. It's about living in a way that feels right, secure, and full of peace. Each step you take, each boundary you set, each time you say no to something that doesn't feel right, you're honoring yourself. And as you do, you'll find that the weight of others' judgments, criticisms, and expectations starts to feel lighter. You'll discover that self-worth, once rooted, doesn't depend on outside opinions. It stands strong, like an anchor in your life. In the end, the most transformative wisdom teaches us that true freedom comes from within. The more we cultivate self-respect, assertiveness, and inner peace, the more resilient and joyful our lives become. As you explore the principles that have guided countless people through challenges across centuries, you'll begin to see that this journey isn't just about making life better, it's about making life yours. Let's get started. Boundaries are not just limits we set with others. They are the rules we create to protect our inner peace, values, and energy. Boundaries give us a voice and assert our worth in a world that often asks us to bend, compromise, or fit into roles that don't align with who we are. When we set boundaries, we show ourselves that we matter, that our time, energy, and emotions are valuable. This sense of self-respect isn't about arrogance or selfishness. It's a deep understanding that we, too, deserve space in this world to live authentically and fully. Setting boundaries starts with knowing what you stand for and what you will not allow. It's an internal compass that keeps you grounded in who you are, so that others do not sway you or diminish your sense of self. In relationships, boundaries are not walls. They're the respectful distance that lets each person be their full selves. When we have clear boundaries, we prevent others from taking advantage of our kindness, patience, or generosity. We stop giving out of guilt, obligation, or fear, and instead give from a place of abundance and choice. At the core of every boundary is a message of self-respect. When you say no to something that feels wrong, you're saying yes to your values. This yes is powerful, a clear affirmation that your feelings and needs are valid. Boundaries show others how we wish to be treated, guiding them toward respectful interactions. They are not meant to punish or push others away, but to protect our emotional and mental health. Setting boundaries is an act of kindness toward ourselves and the people in our lives because it removes resentment and fosters healthier interactions. Boundaries also create balance. In a world that constantly demands more from us, more time, more energy, more commitment, knowing when to step back and reclaim your space is a profound act of self-care. It helps you conserve your energy for what truly matters. Whether at work, in friendships, or in family life, boundaries let you prioritize without feeling guilty. By establishing these limits, you ensure that you have the energy to be present for the people and activities that matter most to you. In the workplace, boundaries set a tone for respect and productivity. When you define what you're willing to take on, you prevent burnout and protect your enthusiasm. Saying no to unreasonable requests isn't just an act of self-care. It's a step towards sustainable work habits that benefit everyone involved. Boundaries prevent others from overloading you and remind your colleagues that while you're dedicated, you're not there to be exploited. This respect for your own limits creates a sense of empowerment that spills into every area of your life. Personal boundaries allow us to stand firm in our own identities. They remind us that we are not responsible for fulfilling everyone's expectations. When we let go of the need to please others constantly, we become freer and more authentic. Boundaries allow us to navigate relationships with integrity, knowing that we're not sacrificing ourselves to make others comfortable. We are not responsible for everyone else's happiness, and boundaries help us acknowledge that truth with grace and confidence. Boundaries protect us from emotional harm. When we establish clear limits, we avoid entangling ourselves in others' negativity, toxicity, or manipulation. Boundaries help us distance ourselves from situations and people that drain us. This distance is not about rejection, but about creating a safe space for our well-being. Emotional boundaries remind us that we don't have to absorb others' emotions or take on their problems as our own. By keeping this distance, we create room for our emotional health to thrive. When we set boundaries, we define our own sense of safety and control. We tell ourselves and others that we have the right to feel safe and respected. Boundaries prevent others from infringing on our personal space and guard against discomfort and resentment. By drawing these lines, we create a secure environment where we can be ourselves without fear of intrusion or disrespect. This sense of control fosters a strong foundation of trust within ourselves. A lack of boundaries often leads to resentment, as we stretch ourselves thin to meet others' demands. Over time, this resentment builds up, creating tension and negativity. When we set boundaries, we prevent this silent buildup of frustration. We make our needs known early, allowing for open communication. Rather than letting resentment fester, boundaries allow us to voice our limits and create healthier, more respectful connections. Boundaries encourage others to take responsibility for themselves. When we step back and refuse to solve everyone's problems, we empower others to take control of their lives. This is not about being cold or unhelpful, but about recognizing that we can't carry everyone's burdens. By setting boundaries, we allow others the space to grow, make decisions, and learn from their own experiences, which ultimately strengthens the relationship. Boundaries help us develop a deeper understanding of ourselves. They force us to examine what we value, what we're willing to accept, and what crosses the line. This introspection helps us gain clarity on our own identity, leading to a stronger sense of self-worth. When we know what we stand for, we are less likely to compromise our values or be swayed by others. Boundaries, therefore, become a tool for self-discovery and self-acceptance. In romantic relationships, boundaries keep love healthy and balanced. They help us avoid codependency, where one person's needs and desires overshadow the others. Boundaries ensure that each person in the relationship retains their individuality. When we respect each other's limits, we foster a bond that is based on mutual respect rather than control or dependence. This balance keeps love thriving, respectful, and free from toxicity. Setting boundaries also reduces anxiety. Without clear limits, we may feel overwhelmed, constantly trying to fulfill expectations that aren't ours. Boundaries allow us to step back and focus on what truly matters to us, alleviating the stress that comes from overextending ourselves. When we are clear about what we can and cannot do, we remove unnecessary pressures, and our minds can rest in the comfort of knowing we're honoring our own pace and priorities. Boundaries protect our time. In a world where everyone seems to want something, it's easy to feel like our time isn't our own. By setting limits, we reclaim our hours and decide how they're best spent. This isn't about being selfish. It's about recognizing that our time is valuable. Boundaries give us the freedom to pursue our passions, spend time with loved ones, and invest in personal growth without feeling stretched thin. When we practice setting boundaries, we model self-respect for others. Our actions teach those around us that it's okay to prioritize oneself, and that self-care is not selfish. We show others that respecting our own needs can coexist with being compassionate and considerate. This modeling creates a ripple effect, inspiring others to value their own well-being and build relationships that are based on mutual respect and understanding. Boundaries help us build resilience. When we know where we stand, we are better equipped to handle life's challenges without losing ourselves. Boundaries give us the strength to face difficult situations with clarity, protecting us from being overwhelmed or taken advantage of. This resilience allows us to weather storms while staying true to who we are, making us stronger in the face of adversity. Boundaries keep our relationships healthy. They prevent us from overcommitting and taking on more than we can handle, which ultimately benefits everyone. When we respect our limits, we bring our best selves to our relationships, creating a positive and balanced dynamic. Boundaries help us avoid the pitfalls of overextending, ensuring that our interactions are meaningful and sustainable over the long term. Boundaries are a way of honoring our past experiences. Many of us have gone through situations that taught us what we need and what we must protect. Boundaries allow us to apply those lessons in a constructive way, transforming past hurts into wisdom. By setting boundaries, we acknowledge our own growth and refuse to repeat patterns that no longer serve us. When we establish boundaries, we find ourselves able to say no without guilt. We realize that saying no to one thing often means saying yes to something more important. This ability to choose our priorities without guilt is empowering. It reminds us that our time and energy are finite resources that deserve thoughtful consideration. Boundaries foster self-trust. When we consistently stand up for ourselves and honor our needs, we build confidence in our ability to make decisions that support our well-being. This self-trust strengthens our inner resolve, allowing us to face the world with a sense of assurance and self-belief. We know that we can rely on ourselves to uphold our values, even in challenging situations. Boundaries also cultivate inner peace. By creating a life that respects our needs, we reduce the inner conflict that arises from overextending ourselves. Boundaries align our actions with our values, creating a sense of harmony within. This peace is a powerful reminder that our well-being is within our control and that we are responsible for creating a life that feels true to us. When we set boundaries, we attract healthier relationships. People who respect our limits are drawn to us, while those who seek to manipulate or take advantage are less likely to stay. Boundaries filter out negativity and create space for connections that are supportive and enriching. Just as boundaries fortify our self-respect and protect our peace, handling passive-aggressive comments requires its own set of internal boundaries and skills. Passive aggression often creeps into conversations subtly, with a light jab or a backhanded compliment, leaving us wondering if we're overreacting or if there's something deeper behind the words. Mastering the art of responding with calm and confidence lets us preserve our dignity without letting these comments seep into our well-being. Here's how to handle passive-aggressive remarks while staying in control and keeping your peace intact. The first key to handling passive-aggressive comments is to recognize them for what they are. These comments often carry a veneer of friendliness, but beneath the surface lies an edge meant to provoke or unsettle. Realizing that the comment is meant to manipulate your emotions or create confusion allows you to separate yourself from the sting. Instead of absorbing it, you can step back and see the comment objectively, keeping yourself grounded in your own confidence. Acknowledge your initial feelings without judgment. Passive-aggressive comments can stir up a mix of emotions like anger, frustration, or self-doubt. By allowing yourself to feel these reactions without immediate response, you create space between their words and your own peace of mind. This approach helps prevent impulsive reactions and lets you choose a calm, measured response rather than a reflexive one. Stay calm, as it often diffuses the impact of a passive-aggressive remark. When someone's words are laced with subtle hostility, they may be trying to prompt an emotional response. By staying calm, you deny them the reaction they might be seeking. Calmness communicates that their words don't have the power to control your mood, making it clear that you're unaffected by their attempts to unsettle you. Avoid taking the comment personally. Often, these remarks reveal more about the speaker's own struggles or insecurities than about you. By viewing their words as a projection of their inner state, rather than as a reflection of your value, you can brush off the negativity and prevent it from infiltrating your self-esteem. This perspective allows you to approach the situation with empathy rather than defensiveness. A neutral response can be a powerful tool. Simple replies like "interesting" or "I see" indicate that you've heard the comment but are unfazed by it. This approach removes any emotional charge from your reply, signaling that you're aware of their intentions without letting them affect your peace. Neutral responses convey maturity and a refusal to engage in their veiled hostility. When passive-aggressive behavior is recurring, consider setting boundaries. By letting the person know that such communication is unwelcome, you create a clear line of respect. A polite but firm statement like, "I'd appreciate a more direct conversation," subtly shows that you're not willing to participate in veiled hostility. This boundary demonstrates your self-respect and encourages a shift toward more open, honest dialogue. Active listening can sometimes reveal underlying issues behind a passive-aggressive remark. By responding with curiosity, you may encourage the person to express their concerns directly rather than in subtle jabs. Asking open-ended questions like, "Could you explain what you mean by that?" can help them clarify their intentions. This approach often leads to a more constructive exchange where real issues can be addressed openly. Focus on the facts rather than the undertones. Passive-aggressive comments often carry emotional weight, but by focusing on the literal content, you maintain a grounded response. Responding to the factual aspects of their words keeps the conversation constructive and minimizes any escalation. This clarity prevents their subtext from affecting your mood or shifting the conversation into emotionally charged territory. Emotional detachment allows you to separate yourself from the comment's intended sting. By choosing not to take the remark to heart, you create a mental buffer that protects your peace. This detachment doesn't mean ignoring the comment entirely, but rather acknowledging it without letting it affect your inner state. This practice builds resilience and reinforces your control over your emotional responses. Responding with positivity can counter passive-aggressive remarks effectively. Such comments are often fueled by negativity, and by responding with kindness or lightheartedness, you shift the tone of the interaction. Saying something like, "Thanks for that perspective," takes control of the conversation, showing that you're not fazed by their veiled hostility. Positivity not only maintains your calm, but often discourages further negativity. Pause before you respond. Passive-aggressive comments are often designed to elicit a quick reaction. By taking a moment to breathe, you prevent yourself from reacting impulsively. This pause allows you to approach the conversation from a place of strength, choosing your words carefully and avoiding escalation. The power of a thoughtful pause cannot be underestimated in disarming subtle hostility. Reflect their comment back to them. Simply repeating their words with a neutral tone can prompt the speaker to reconsider their own tone. This method allows them to hear how their remark sounds, often leading them to self-reflect. Reflecting the comment without adding judgment subtly signals that you recognize their intent, which can deter further passive-aggressive remarks. Sometimes, addressing the comment directly can be constructive. If passive-aggressive behavior persists, calmly acknowledging it can encourage openness. A gentle statement like, "I noticed you've mentioned that a few times. Is something bothering you?" invites the person to discuss their concerns directly. This approach shows you're open to dialogue, but not interested in engaging in veiled hostility. Focus on solutions rather than getting stuck in the negativity. By steering the conversation toward resolving any underlying issues, you take control of the interaction. This solution-focused approach encourages constructive communication, showing that you value progress over tension. When your responses are solution-oriented, passive-aggressive comments lose their potency, making it clear that you prioritize clarity and collaboration. Limit your exposure to chronic passive-aggressive behavior. If someone consistently communicates this way, reducing your time around them protects your peace. By distancing yourself from recurring negativity, you reinforce your commitment to a respectful environment. Prioritizing your emotional well-being by limiting exposure to toxic dynamics strengthens your resilience and maintains your positivity. Building emotional resilience is essential. Handling passive-aggressive remarks without becoming upset requires inner strength. Practicing self-care, mindfulness, and other grounding techniques enhances your ability to remain calm under pressure. By regularly nurturing your mental and emotional health, you build an internal strength that helps you remain unshaken in the face of subtle negativity. Responding with empathy can sometimes diffuse passive-aggressive behavior. Though such remarks can be frustrating, approaching them with compassion can shift the tone. Recognizing that the speaker may be dealing with personal struggles allows you to see their comment as a reflection of their own challenges. Empathy doesn't justify their behavior, but it enables you to approach the situation with patience and understanding. Limit sharing personal information with passive-aggressive individuals. When people know too much about your personal life, they may use it to make subtle digs or judgments. By maintaining privacy, you reduce the chances of such remarks affecting you. Privacy keeps the conversation neutral and limits the opportunity for personal comments that may carry veiled hostility. Keep your sense of humor intact. A light-hearted, playful response can often dissolve the tension in a passive-aggressive comment. Humor, when used thoughtfully, can take the edge off a remark and convey that their words don't have power over you. Showing that you're unbothered by their veiled negativity reinforces your emotional strength and resilience. Trust your instincts when navigating passive-aggressive behavior. Often, we can sense the intent behind someone's words, even if they're subtly phrased. By listening to these instincts, you stay alert and respond in a way that aligns with your values. Trusting yourself reinforces your confidence and helps you handle these remarks with calmness and clarity. Stay focused on your own values and goals. Passive-aggressive comments can be distracting, but by remaining centered on what matters to you, their words lose power. When you are deeply rooted in your beliefs and priorities, the opinions and subtle negativity of others feel less significant. This focus protects your inner peace and reinforces your commitment to your own path. Refuse to engage in their game. Passive-aggressive behavior often seeks to draw you into subtle conflict. By choosing not to engage on their terms, you assert your commitment to respectful communication. This refusal to play along emphasizes your self-respect and shows that you won't lower yourself to their level of negativity. Reassess the relationship if passive-aggressive behavior continues despite your best efforts. If someone consistently resorts to subtle hostility, consider whether maintaining the relationship is beneficial for your mental health. Some relationships may need to be redefined, limited, or even ended to protect your emotional well-being. Prioritizing your peace above toxic dynamics is a profound act of self-care that reinforces your commitment to a positive and fulfilling life. Passive aggression and subtle hostility are just the beginning. When people shift from hints to calculated moves to control emotions, thoughts, and decisions, it crosses into emotional manipulation. This manipulation often operates quietly, with subtle pushes and hidden intentions that distort reality and shake our confidence. Recognizing emotional manipulation and stopping it is crucial for preserving our mental health and staying true to our values. Understanding these tactics helps us reclaim control, set stronger boundaries, and maintain authentic, healthy relationships. Here's how to recognize the signs and protect yourself from this form of control. Emotional manipulation often begins with small shifts in behavior, such as someone testing your limits or subtly challenging your boundaries. Recognizing these early signs is key to protecting yourself before the manipulation becomes more intense. The more you pay attention to how certain interactions make you feel, the easier it is to detect behaviors that leave you feeling uncomfortable or unsettled. These initial feelings often signal that something in the dynamic is off. Manipulators often use guilt as a powerful tool, making you feel responsible for their emotions or actions. They may try to convince you that you're hurting them by standing up for yourself or refusing to comply with their demands. By creating a false sense of guilt, they redirect responsibility onto you, leading you to question your actions. Recognizing when guilt is being used as a weapon allows you to differentiate between genuine concern and attempts at control. Another common tactic is minimizing your feelings. Manipulators might downplay your emotions, making you feel as though you're overreacting or being unreasonable. This dismissal of your feelings can create self-doubt, causing you to second-guess your instincts and ignore your own needs. By validating your emotions, you assert that your feelings are important and deserve respect, countering their attempts to control your emotional responses. Constant criticism, often masked as constructive feedback, is another red flag. Manipulators will repeatedly point out flaws, making you feel inadequate or insecure. Over time, this criticism chips away at your self-esteem, making you more susceptible to their influence. Understanding that constant criticism is a form of manipulation helps you protect your self-worth and maintain a clear perspective on your strengths. Gaslighting is one of the most damaging forms of emotional manipulation, where someone makes you question your reality. They may deny things they've said or done, make you doubt your memory, or subtly suggest that your perceptions are flawed. Gaslighting erodes self-confidence and can make you feel confused or even dependent on the manipulator's version of events. Recognizing this tactic empowers you to trust your own experiences and stand by your perception of reality. Manipulators often use flattery to gain your trust or favor. While compliments are usually positive, excessive or insincere praise can be a sign of manipulation. By flattering you, they may be trying to lower your defenses or distract you from their hidden intentions. Acknowledging this tactic enables you to differentiate genuine admiration from attempts to influence your emotions or decisions. Emotional manipulators frequently create a sense of urgency, making you feel as though you need to act quickly or risk losing something valuable. This pressure tactic is designed to cloud your judgment, preventing you from thinking critically about their demands. When you feel rushed, take a step back to regain control over your choices. Remember, urgency is rarely necessary and often a means of gaining power over your decisions. Another powerful tactic is the silent treatment, where manipulators withdraw communication to punish you or elicit guilt. This withdrawal is intended to make you feel abandoned or desperate for their approval, leading you to comply with their wishes to restore harmony. Recognizing the silent treatment as a manipulation tactic helps you resist the urge to chase after their validation, reinforcing your independence and self-worth. Triangulation is a more complex form of manipulation where the manipulator involves a third party to create jealousy, insecurity, or competition. They might compare you to someone else or involve others in private matters to create tension. This tactic is meant to destabilize your confidence and make you feel dependent on their approval. By recognizing triangulation, you can step back and refuse to participate in unnecessary conflicts, protecting your emotional health. Manipulators may also use blame shifting to avoid taking responsibility for their actions. Instead of owning up to their mistakes, they redirect blame onto you, making you feel at fault. This tactic is particularly effective in creating guilt and making you feel responsible for issues that aren't your doing. Recognizing blame shifting helps you set clear boundaries and refuse to take on guilt for things outside your control. Another subtle tactic is withholding affection or approval as a way to control your behavior. By selectively giving and withdrawing kindness or praise, manipulators create a dynamic where you feel compelled to earn their approval. This tactic can lead to dependency and a fear of losing their affection. Recognizing this manipulation helps you understand that love and approval shouldn't be conditional, allowing you to set healthier expectations in relationships. Emotional manipulators may use excessive emotional expressions, such as crying, yelling, or sulking, to make you feel responsible for their happiness. This tactic, often called emotional blackmail, creates a sense of duty to fix their emotions, even at the expense of your own well-being. Recognizing emotional blackmail empowers you to separate their feelings from your responsibilities, freeing you from the obligation to manage their emotions. Creating confusion is another common strategy where manipulators frequently change their stance, shift their expectations, or present conflicting information. This tactic leaves you unsure of what they want, making it easier for them to control the situation. By recognizing this pattern, you can remain focused on your values and priorities, refusing to be swayed by their shifting demands. Manipulators may also use selective attention, choosing to ignore your needs or opinions when it doesn't serve their agenda. This disregard can make you feel invisible or unimportant, diminishing your self-worth over time. Recognizing selective attention as a manipulation tactic allows you to stand up for yourself and assert that your needs deserve respect, regardless of their selective acknowledgement. Another tactic is using false apologies to disarm you. Manipulators may offer insincere apologies to appease you momentarily, without actually changing their behavior. These apologies are often vague or lack accountability, signaling that they're not truly remorseful. By recognizing false apologies, you can remain cautious and watch for actions rather than empty words, ensuring you don't fall back into patterns of manipulation. Emotional manipulators sometimes use favoritism, playing people against each other by giving preferential treatment to some while ignoring or devaluing others. This tactic creates competition and insecurity, making you strive for their approval. Recognizing favoritism as a manipulation tool helps you avoid the need for validation and focus instead on your intrinsic worth. They may also feign helplessness to make you feel responsible for their well-being or success. By acting incapable or in need, manipulators draw on your empathy, making you feel compelled to step in and take charge. Recognizing this tactic helps you set limits on your involvement, acknowledging that their progress or happiness is ultimately their own responsibility. Manipulators sometimes engage in constant exaggeration, making situations seem more intense or dire than they are to elicit sympathy or urgency. By amplifying problems, they create a sense of drama that distracts you from their true intentions. Recognizing exaggeration allows you to keep a level head and respond based on the reality of the situation rather than their inflated descriptions. Intimidation is another manipulation tactic, often used to create fear or compliance. Manipulators may use threats or implied consequences to pressure you into agreeing with them. Recognizing intimidation helps you stand firm, remembering that their threats often lack real power and that you have the right to make decisions without fear. Emotional manipulation often involves inconsistency, where the manipulator alternates between kindness and hostility. This erratic behavior keeps you off balance, making it difficult to predict their reactions or feel secure. Recognizing inconsistency as a tactic helps you set boundaries and maintain emotional distance, understanding that their changing behavior is a form of control. Another tactic is withholding information, where manipulators deliberately leave out details to keep you uninformed or dependent on them. By controlling the flow of information, they create an imbalance that favors their influence. Recognizing this behavior enables you to seek clarity and ask questions, ensuring you have all the facts before making decisions. Projection is a tactic where manipulators attribute their own feelings or behaviors onto you, making you feel at fault for their actions. By accusing you of the very behavior they're exhibiting, they create confusion and defensiveness. Recognizing projection allows you to separate their issues from your own, maintaining clarity about your own intentions and actions. Emotional manipulation can also involve inconsistent praise, where the manipulator gives occasional compliments to keep you engaged, but doesn't sustain genuine support. This inconsistency keeps you striving for approval, making you vulnerable to their influence. Recognizing this pattern helps you see that authentic relationships involve steady support rather than fluctuating praise. Manipulators may use dramatic body language, like exaggerated sighs or eye rolls, to signal disapproval without saying it directly. This nonverbal form of manipulation creates a passive message that can feel just as controlling as spoken words. By recognizing these cues, you can resist internalizing their unspoken negativity and maintain your composure. Another tactic is creating dependency, where manipulators encourage you to rely on them for emotional or practical support, making it harder to set boundaries. By fostering dependency, they ensure that you remain within their sphere of influence. Recognizing this strategy empowers you to build independence and develop a support network outside their control, reducing their hold over you. Manipulators may employ sarcasm or backhanded compliments to make you feel insecure subtly. These remarks are designed to sound friendly, but carry an undertone meant to diminish your confidence. Recognizing sarcasm as a manipulation tool allows you to protect your self-esteem and see through their masked criticism. Creating a sense of indebtedness is another tactic where manipulators perform favors or give gifts with the expectation of control. They may remind you of past acts of kindness to pressure you into compliance. Emotional manipulation is often subtle, but there's another form of disguised control that can be just as harmful: jokes masked as humor. These so-called jokes hide beneath a veil of playfulness, but they often carry a sting meant to hurt or belittle. Toxic jokes are not innocent humor. They're calculated digs that leave us feeling small, embarrassed, or confused. Recognizing these comments for what they are and understanding why they're so damaging is essential for protecting our self-respect and maintaining healthy boundaries. Here's how to identify and respond to toxic jokes so you can reclaim your voice and confidence. A toxic joke often begins with a familiar phrase like, "just kidding," or "you know I'm only joking," usually following a remark that feels off. This language is an attempt to excuse their comment, but it usually confirms that their intention wasn't as playful as they claim. Understanding that these qualifiers are meant to dismiss your feelings helps you see past their words and recognize the hidden hostility behind the joke. Often, toxic jokes are repeated even after you've made it clear they make you uncomfortable. When someone insists on making these jokes despite your objections, it's a clear sign they're not respecting your boundaries. People who genuinely care about your comfort will respect your wishes, not use humor as a means to continue pushing limits. Recognizing this pattern helps you understand that it's not humor they're prioritizing, but their own sense of control. One common feature of toxic jokes is that they target insecurities or sensitive topics. The person might joke about something personal, knowing it touches a nerve. By selecting these topics, they exploit vulnerabilities, which isn't harmless. It's an intentional attempt to create discomfort. When you notice this pattern, it becomes easier to identify that the joke is less about humor and more about testing your boundaries. Toxic humor often includes sarcasm, which can disguise hostility under a thin layer of humor. Sarcasm can be enjoyable when mutual and playful, but when it's one-sided or makes you feel uncomfortable, it crosses the line. If the sarcasm feels pointed or dismissive, it's likely that the joke was a way to get away with an insult without facing accountability. Recognizing sarcasm as a manipulation tactic helps you guard your emotional space. A frequent justification for toxic jokes is that you're being too sensitive. This claim is intended to make you question your reaction rather than their behavior. By accusing you of overreacting, they deflect responsibility for their comment. Remembering that respecting others' feelings is basic courtesy helps you stand firm and refuse to accept that your discomfort is wrong or exaggerated. The purpose of humor is typically to lighten the mood or create connection, but toxic jokes often do the opposite. Instead of building closeness, they create distance and discomfort. When a joke consistently makes you feel embarrassed, singled out, or belittled, it's clear that its purpose isn't genuine connection. Recognizing this can help you separate playful humor from attempts to undermine you. Some toxic jokes use laughter as a defense mechanism. After making a hurtful comment, they laugh to shift attention and dismiss the impact of their words. This laughter can make you second-guess your reaction, but it's essential to remember that laughing doesn't erase the intention behind their words. By seeing through this tactic, you reclaim your confidence and understand that laughter doesn't make disrespect acceptable. Deflection is another tool used in toxic humor. If you express discomfort, the person may shift the focus, saying they didn't mean it that way or that you took it the wrong way. This reaction tries to frame the issue as a misunderstanding rather than an issue with their behavior. Recognizing this deflection tactic helps you stand firm, affirming that your feelings are valid regardless of their attempts to downplay them. People who use toxic jokes often claim that they're just being honest. However, honesty and kindness can coexist, and true honesty doesn't require disrespect or cruelty. When someone hides behind honesty as an excuse to make hurtful jokes, it's not truth they're sharing, it's criticism disguised as humor. Understanding this distinction allows you to hold others accountable while respecting your own feelings. Toxic jokes often play on social dynamics, targeting individuals in group settings to amplify embarrassment. These jokes may seem harmless to onlookers, but they create discomfort for the person targeted. When humor singles someone out, especially in a group, it's likely that the goal is control, not laughter. Recognizing this helps you see that these jokes aren't designed to entertain, but to assert power over others. Some people disguise toxic jokes as advice or constructive criticism, making comments that appear helpful but carry a hidden sting. These remarks often come across as patronizing or belittling, leaving you feeling inadequate. True constructive feedback empowers, while toxic jokes disguised as advice leave you feeling diminished. Recognizing this distinction helps you protect your confidence from covert insults. Many toxic jokes rely on stereotypes, using generalized, often negative traits to target someone based on their background, interests, or identity. These jokes reduce individuals to one-dimensional caricatures, stripping them of their individuality. Stereotypical humor isn't just insensitive, it reinforces harmful biases and treats people as objects of ridicule. Understanding this makes it easier to recognize toxic humor rooted in stereotypes and stand against it. The "everyone else is laughing" argument is a frequent defense used by people who tell toxic jokes. They may claim that since others find it funny, there's no issue. However, the popularity of a joke doesn't determine its appropriateness. Just because others laugh doesn't mean the joke isn't hurtful. Recognizing this helps you stay true to your values, knowing that humor doesn't excuse harm, even in a group setting. Another tactic of toxic humor is to make the joke at your expense and then call you too serious if you don't laugh along. By framing you as the one without a sense of humor, they shift responsibility onto you for not enjoying their joke. Understanding that humor should be enjoyable for everyone involved, not at someone's expense, lets you stand firm in your right to choose what you find funny. Often, toxic jokes rely on exaggeration, taking a small truth and amplifying it to a hurtful level. By stretching the truth, they make the comment seem like an innocent joke rather than a targeted insult. Recognizing this exaggeration tactic helps you separate genuine humor from attempts to belittle you under the guise of comedy. Toxic jokes sometimes involve fake compliments or backhanded praise. They might say something seemingly flattering, but include an undertone that undercuts the compliment. This approach leaves you unsure whether to feel grateful or insulted. Recognizing backhanded compliments helps you see past the surface and understand the real intention behind their words. People who use toxic humor may attempt to disguise their intentions by saying, "I'm just trying to lighten the mood." This line shifts the focus away from the comment's impact and places the responsibility on you to accept it as playful. True humor lightens the mood without creating discomfort or tension. Understanding this lets you call out hurtful jokes without feeling that you've misunderstood the intention. Some toxic jokes target appearance, often under the guise of being harmless observations. Remarks about someone's appearance can be deeply personal, and using them as a punchline is rarely kind or funny. Recognizing that these jokes cross a line allows you to assert that respect, not critique, should guide interactions involving appearance. Manipulators may also use self-deprecating humor to mask their toxic jokes. By putting themselves down, they create an illusion of humility, making it seem acceptable to make similar remarks about others. This approach creates a false sense of permission to joke at others' expense. Recognizing self-deprecation as a manipulation tactic helps you understand that toxic humor doesn't become acceptable simply because they include themselves in it. Toxic jokes may also include unsolicited commentary on personal choices or lifestyle. By framing these comments as humorous, they mask judgment under the guise of concern or observation. Recognizing these jokes for what they are, a critique of your choices, enables you to assert your right to make decisions without commentary from others. A classic tactic in toxic humor is testing the waters with mild comments to gauge your reaction. If you react negatively, they might backtrack and claim it was a joke. This tactic is designed to explore your boundaries without facing consequences. Recognizing this allows you to address the issue early and set a clear standard for respectful communication. Toxic jokes often involve bringing up the past, referencing a mistake or event to create discomfort. By laughing at your past mistakes, they attempt to keep you from moving forward or feeling secure in the present. Recognizing this tactic helps you protect your self-worth, affirming that you've moved beyond past missteps. Another manipulation is using social media to make toxic jokes, knowing that the comment is public and harder for you to address. By targeting you in a space where others can see, they try to create a sense of helplessness. Recognizing toxic jokes on social media allows you to separate yourself from the public setting and assert boundaries online as you would in person. People may also use inside jokes as a form of toxic humor, claiming that shared humor allows for more offensive remarks. This familiarity can be manipulated to excuse harmful comments. True inside jokes are mutual and respectful, not weaponized for control. Understanding this distinction enables you to protect your comfort in close relationships without feeling obligated to accept offensive humor. A hallmark of toxic humor is the repetition of the same joke, especially after you've expressed discomfort. By repeating it, they disregard your feelings and reinforce control over the interaction. Recognizing this repetition as a disregard for your boundaries helps you assert that respect should override humor, even if they see it as harmless. Recognizing and addressing toxic humor teaches us about hidden disrespect, but sometimes disrespect is clear and direct, demanding a stronger response. When faced with open disrespect, an assertive response becomes a powerful tool for protecting your dignity and boundaries. Standing up to disrespect isn't about confrontation, it's about affirming your self-worth and setting a standard for how others treat you. Learning to respond assertively gives you control over your interactions, building confidence and respect without escalating tensions. Here's how assertive responses can change the dynamics of disrespect and reinforce your personal strength. An assertive response starts with clarity. When someone disrespects you, their words or actions can shake your composure, but staying clear about what's acceptable gives you the confidence to respond effectively. Clarity helps you separate your emotions from your response, allowing you to express your boundaries without becoming defensive. Knowing what you stand for is the first step in handling disrespect assertively. Assertiveness is rooted in calmness. When you respond to disrespect from a place of calm, you maintain control of the interaction, showing that their words or actions don't define your worth. Calmness demonstrates strength, as it communicates that you're unaffected by their attempt to provoke or belittle. Staying calm reinforces your authority over your own emotions, which disarms disrespectful behavior. Using I statements is an effective technique for assertive responses. By saying, "I feel disrespected when," or "I would appreciate it if," you communicate your feelings without sounding accusatory. This language shifts the focus from blaming them to expressing your needs, making it harder for them to dismiss your perspective. I statements reinforce your right to set boundaries without creating unnecessary conflict. Tone plays a crucial role in assertiveness. When you respond with a steady, confident tone, you send a clear message that you're serious about your boundaries. Your tone communicates respect for yourself and signals to others that you expect the same in return. A calm, steady tone allows you to stand firm without seeming aggressive, making it a powerful tool in assertive communication. Setting limits is an integral part of standing up to disrespect. When you establish boundaries, you show others what behavior is acceptable and what isn't. Boundaries give you a framework for responding to disrespect consistently. By setting and maintaining these limits, you reinforce your self-respect and protect your emotional well-being, demonstrating that you take your boundaries seriously. Assertive responses should be direct. When someone disrespects you, Addressing it directly rather than skirting around the issue shows confidence. Directness leaves little room for misinterpretation and ensures that your message is clear. This approach also reduces the likelihood of ongoing disrespect, as you've communicated your boundaries openly. Being firm is key to assertiveness. When you stand up to disrespect, staying firm reinforces that you're not willing to compromise on your boundaries. Firmness isn't about aggression. It's about showing that your standards are non-negotiable. This consistency teaches others that you're serious about your boundaries, making it less likely for them to overstep in the future. Using respectful language in assertive responses demonstrates control. Even when others are disrespectful, maintaining respect in your words reflects maturity and self-discipline. Respectful language keeps the conversation civil, allowing you to address the issue without escalating tension. This approach shows that your assertiveness comes from self-respect, not a need to retaliate. When standing up to disrespect, avoid apologizing for your boundaries. Apologies can weaken your message, making it seem like you're unsure of your right to set limits. By removing unnecessary apologies, you communicate that your boundaries are valid and that there's no need to seek permission to uphold them. Assertiveness without apology reinforces your confidence and strengthens your stance. Maintaining eye contact is a subtle but powerful way to show assertiveness. Direct eye contact conveys confidence and self-assurance, signaling that you're serious about what you're saying. It shows that you're fully present in the conversation and aren't intimidated by their disrespect. Eye contact reinforces your message without the need for extra words, making your response even more effective. When responding assertively, focus on your message rather than their reaction. Disrespectful people may try to provoke you further or dismiss your response, but staying focused on your message keeps you in control. By prioritizing your boundary over their reaction, you reinforce that their opinion doesn't influence your self-respect. This focus helps you deliver your response with confidence, regardless of their response. Assertiveness requires self-trust. Believing in your right to set boundaries empowers you to respond without hesitation. When you trust your own judgment, you're less likely to question or second-guess your response. This self-trust strengthens your ability to stand up to disrespect consistently, making it clear that your standards aren't flexible based on others' opinions. Learning to say no without justification is a crucial aspect of assertive communication. When you feel the need to justify your boundaries, you give others control over your choices. By simply saying no when something doesn't feel right, you assert your right to make decisions without needing validation. This approach reinforces your independence and shows that your boundaries aren't up for negotiation. Avoiding defensive language keeps your response focused on your needs. Defensive words often signal insecurity, making it easier for others to dismiss your boundaries. By sticking to calm, assertive language, you communicate that your boundaries are based on self-respect rather than fear. This clarity makes your response more impactful, as it shows confidence in your decisions. Reflecting their words back to them can be an effective technique in assertive responses. By repeating their disrespectful words in a neutral tone, you allow them to hear how their comment sounds. This method often prompts them to self-reflect, as it draws attention to the tone or intent of their words. Reflecting their language helps you address the issue without becoming confrontational. Using silence as a response can also be powerful. Silence after a disrespectful comment creates space for them to consider their words without the need for immediate confrontation. This pause can be uncomfortable, prompting them to reconsider their behavior. Silence is a non-aggressive way to communicate that you don't accept their words, and it often leads to self-correction. Setting consequences is an important part of assertive boundaries. If someone continues to disrespect you despite your clear boundaries, letting them know the outcome of their actions reinforces your limits. This consequence doesn't have to be severe, but should communicate that continued disrespect has a cost. By setting consequences, you assert that you take your boundaries seriously and won't tolerate ongoing disrespect. Assertive responses should be consistent. When you consistently stand up to disrespect, others learn that your boundaries aren't situational. This consistency makes it harder for others to test your limits, as they know you'll respond assertively every time. Consistent responses reinforce your boundaries and build your reputation as someone who values respect. Assertiveness is not about seeking approval. Standing up to disrespect isn't about convincing others that your boundaries are valid. It's about affirming your self-respect. When you let go of the need for approval, you respond based on your own standards rather than others' expectations. This independence makes your assertiveness more genuine, as it's grounded in your own values. Keeping your emotions in check strengthens your assertive response. Disrespect can provoke strong emotions, but responding emotionally often weakens your stance. By managing your emotions, you deliver your response from a place of calm authority. This emotional control reinforces that your boundaries are based on self-respect rather than reaction, making them harder to dismiss. Practicing assertiveness in small situations builds confidence for larger ones. By setting boundaries in everyday interactions, you develop the skill to handle disrespect effectively. This practice helps you internalize assertiveness as a habit, making it easier to stand up for yourself when faced with more challenging situations. Developing assertive habits strengthens your ability to uphold your boundaries consistently. Choose your words carefully. In assertive communication, each word carries weight. Using concise, direct language ensures that your message is clear and unambiguous. This clarity minimizes the chances of misinterpretation and reinforces your intent. Choosing words that are simple yet firm communicates your boundaries effectively, making it clear that you mean what you say. Assertiveness is about balance. While it's essential to stand up to disrespect, it's equally important to avoid aggression. Assertive responses are firm yet respectful, showing strength without hostility. This balance prevents escalation and keeps the focus on your boundaries rather than on creating conflict. Finding this balance allows you to respond in a way that protects your dignity and fosters respect. Avoid over-explaining your response. When standing up to disrespect, there's no need to elaborate extensively on why your boundary matters. Over-explaining can dilute your message and make it seem as though you're uncertain. By keeping your response concise, you communicate confidence in your decision, leaving little room for debate. Standing up to disrespect requires courage and clarity, but there's another powerful skill that plays a key role in keeping your boundaries strong and your heart open: balancing kindness with self-affirmation. In challenging situations, it's easy to feel like kindness and assertiveness are at odds. Yet, true strength lies in embracing both, holding compassion for others while standing firm in self-respect. Balancing these qualities allows you to respond thoughtfully without sacrificing your own needs. Here's how to master the art of kindness, blended with self-affirmation, empowering you to face difficult situations with grace and inner strength. True kindness begins with empathy. In challenging situations, empathy allows you to see others' perspectives without taking their issues upon yourself. It's an understanding that people have their own struggles, and this compassion guides you to respond thoughtfully. Empathy doesn't mean accepting mistreatment. Instead, it's a foundation that helps you maintain a kind demeanor without bending your boundaries. Self-affirmation begins with recognizing your own worth. Before you can balance kindness with self-respect, It's crucial to know that your feelings, values, and needs are just as important as anyone else's. By affirming your right to take up space and speak up, you create a base of confidence that allows you to act kindly without compromising yourself. It's essential to remember that kindness doesn't mean becoming overly accommodating. While it's natural to want to help or please others, true kindness respects your limits. Balancing kindness and self-affirmation means acknowledging when a request or situation is beyond your capacity. Saying no with kindness shows that you care about others, but also respect your own boundaries. Maintaining calm is a central part of balancing kindness with self-assertion. In difficult situations, remaining calm helps you respond rather than react, ensuring that your kindness comes from a place of control rather than obligation. Calmness allows you to engage thoughtfully, keeping your emotions steady as you navigate challenges. Listening actively helps you approach situations with kindness while reinforcing your self-respect. When you genuinely listen to others, they feel heard and valued, which can diffuse tension. Active listening doesn't mean agreeing or yielding to everything. Rather, it's a way to show respect while staying grounded in your own values. Using positive language is a powerful tool for kindness. Instead of focusing on what you can't or won't do, frame your response in a positive way. This approach allows you to express your boundaries without sounding dismissive. Positive language helps you communicate clearly, showing kindness without wavering on your limits. Balancing kindness with self-affirmation requires patience. Challenging situations often provoke impatience, but responding too quickly can lead to regret. By taking your time to think before responding, you ensure that your words reflect both compassion and respect for yourself. Patience strengthens your ability to stand firm while showing understanding. Setting limits with kindness demonstrates that boundaries are not barriers, but guides for healthy interactions. When you communicate your limits calmly and kindly, others are more likely to understand and respect them. Boundaries grounded in kindness prevent resentment and create a sense of mutual respect. Assertiveness is a core element in balancing kindness with self-affirmation. Being assertive means expressing your needs directly without being confrontational. Assertiveness allows you to communicate clearly, which prevents misunderstandings and ensures that your kindness doesn't lead to over-accommodation. Saying no respectfully is a skill that combines kindness and assertiveness. Instead of feeling guilty or defensive, say no in a way that values both your needs and the other person's. Phrasing your refusal respectfully shows that you're not dismissing their request. You're simply honoring your own boundaries. Kindness includes showing appreciation. Even in challenging situations, acknowledging others' perspectives or efforts can soften the interaction. When you express appreciation, you create a more positive atmosphere, making it easier to stand by your own needs without causing tension. Self-affirmation requires consistency. Staying true to your boundaries in every situation reinforces that your needs matter. Consistency helps others understand that your kindness isn't a weakness, but a strength rooted in respect for yourself. Being consistent shows that you value yourself, making your kindness genuine and resilient. Forgiveness is a vital part of kindness. When people make mistakes, forgiving them allows you to move forward without holding on to negativity. Forgiveness doesn't mean tolerating disrespect. It's a way to let go of resentment, making space for self-respect and compassion to coexist. Balancing kindness with self-affirmation involves avoiding over-explanation. When you explain your boundaries too much, it can appear as if you're seeking approval for them. By keeping explanations brief, you communicate that your decisions are final, which reinforces your self-confidence while remaining respectful. Embracing vulnerability is essential in balancing kindness with self-assertion. When you're open about your needs or feelings, you create genuine connections with others. Vulnerability shows that your kindness is sincere, while also affirming your right to be honest about your emotions. This openness fosters trust and respect in your relationships. Practicing kindness toward yourself is as important as kindness toward others. Self-kindness reminds you that your well-being matters, especially in challenging situations. When you treat yourself with compassion, you're better equipped to balance empathy for others with respect for your own needs. Balancing kindness with self-affirmation includes using body language that conveys confidence. Standing tall, maintaining eye contact, and speaking clearly are non-verbal ways to communicate that you respect yourself. Confident body language reinforces your words, showing that your kindness is supported by self-assurance. Empowering others can be an act of kindness and self-respect. Instead of taking on everyone's burdens, encouraging others to solve their own problems shows that you care without sacrificing your energy. Empowerment allows you to help without overextending yourself, balancing compassion with healthy limits. Boundaries based on kindness aren't meant to push others away. When you frame your boundaries as a way to maintain healthy relationships, people understand that they're for the benefit of everyone involved. This approach shows that your kindness extends to them as well as yourself, creating mutual respect. Balancing kindness with self-affirmation means refusing to enable disrespect. By standing up to disrespect kindly but firmly, you reinforce that kindness isn't a free pass for mistreatment. Refusing to enable disrespect shows that you value yourself and expect others to do the same. Avoiding passive aggressiveness is essential in this balance. When expressing your needs or concerns, communicate openly instead of hinting or using sarcasm. Direct communication fosters respect and shows that your kindness isn't a disguise for hidden frustrations. By avoiding passive aggression, you build trust in your relationships. Empathy shouldn't come at the expense of your well-being. While it's important to understand others, it's equally vital to protect your own needs. Recognizing when empathy is leading to self-neglect helps you adjust your approach, ensuring that kindness includes yourself in the equation. Self-affirmation includes celebrating your achievements, even small ones. Recognizing your progress, especially in challenging situations, builds confidence and reinforces that you're capable. Celebrating your achievements affirms your worth, which supports your ability to balance kindness with inner strength. Taking breaks is a form of kindness to yourself. Challenging situations can drain your energy, and stepping away allows you to recharge. By taking time for yourself, you show that self-care is part of your kindness, which strengthens your ability to face challenges with resilience. Gratitude can help maintain positivity even in difficult times. When you focus on what you're thankful for, it's easier to respond to challenges without losing kindness. Gratitude fosters a balanced perspective, helping you face tough situations with appreciation and self-respect. Balancing kindness with self-affirmation requires trusting your instincts. When faced with challenging situations, trusting your inner sense of right and wrong helps you stay true to yourself. This trust builds confidence, allowing you to act kindly while maintaining firm boundaries. Seeking support is an act of kindness to yourself. In difficult situations, reaching out to friends or mentors provides perspective and encouragement. Support helps you navigate challenges without feeling alone, reinforcing that self-respect includes accepting help when needed. Self-affirmation means embracing your uniqueness. Recognizing that your thoughts, feelings, and experiences are valid helps you stand strong in who you are. Embracing your individuality allows you to approach situations with kindness, knowing that you don't have to conform to others' expectations. Kindness involves respecting others' boundaries as well. When you honor others' limits, you create a foundation of mutual respect. This respect encourages others to reciprocate, making it easier to balance kindness and self-affirmation in interactions. Balancing kindness with self-affirmation includes accepting that not everyone will understand or support your boundaries. Some people may see kindness as an invitation to take advantage, but staying true to yourself reinforces that your kindness isn't conditional on others' approval. When balancing kindness with self-affirmation, avoid internalizing others' negativity. Challenging situations may involve criticism or blame, but recognizing that others' negativity reflects their issues, not yours, protects your confidence. This perspective keeps you grounded in self-respect, without letting negativity influence your kindness. Assertiveness in kindness means knowing your worth and expressing it confidently. When you communicate your boundaries from a place of self-worth, others understand that your kindness is not a sign of weakness. This assertive kindness strengthens your self-image, making it clear that your kindness is a choice, not an obligation. Balancing kindness with self-affirmation involves setting clear intentions. When you approach a situation with a clear sense of purpose, it's easier to navigate challenges without compromising yourself. Clear intentions guide your actions, helping you stay true to your values while remaining compassionate. Reflecting on your experiences helps strengthen this balance. After a challenging situation, consider what worked and what could improve. This reflection allows you to refine your approach, building resilience and confidence for future interactions. Balancing kindness with self-affirmation gives you the strength to stand by your values in any situation. But when faced with unkind words, maintaining composure becomes a test of inner resilience. Here, the wisdom of Stoicism shines. The Stoic way teaches us that while we may not control others' words or actions, we have complete authority over how we respond. By mastering our reactions, we find freedom from the impact of negativity and build a calm, confident core that remains steady, no matter the storm. Here's how the Stoic approach to unkindness can transform your response to negativity and reinforce inner peace. One of the first principles of Stoicism is understanding that other people's words only have as much power as you grant them. When you learn to detach from others' opinions, you protect your peace. Stoicism encourages you to recognize that words are only sounds or symbols. They don't determine your value. This perspective helps you build resilience, viewing unkind words as mere noise rather than letting them penetrate your sense of self-worth. Practicing patience is a core Stoic skill when dealing with unkindness. Instead of reacting impulsively, Stoics pause and observe their emotions. This moment of stillness allows you to choose your response consciously, preventing unkind words from dictating your actions. Patience reinforces control over your reactions, helping you respond thoughtfully rather than react emotionally. The Stoic mindset encourages you to separate perception from reality. When someone speaks unkindly, it's easy to interpret their words as a reflection of your value. Stoics remind us that perception is subjective. It's simply how we interpret an event. By viewing unkind words as an external event that doesn't define you, you create a barrier that shields your self-esteem from outside negativity. Building inner calmness is essential in Stoic practice. Stoics view calmness as a fortress against the turmoil of others' words or actions. By cultivating an inner calm, you strengthen your ability to remain unshaken, even when faced with harsh criticism or insults. Calmness provides clarity, allowing you to see unkindness for what it is without letting it disturb your peace. Stoics teach that your reaction is your choice. While others may speak or act unkindly, you have the power to choose a response aligned with your values. Recognizing that your reaction is within your control builds confidence and independence. This freedom empowers you to stay true to yourself, regardless of others' negativity. One valuable Stoic technique is practicing indifference to things beyond your control. The words of others fall into this category. Their opinions and criticisms are ultimately outside your influence. By accepting this, you release yourself from the burden of trying to change or control others' perceptions. Indifference frees you from attachment to others' judgments, reinforcing your inner stability. Stoic resilience involves transforming challenges into growth opportunities. When faced with unkind words, use them as a chance to strengthen your inner calm and practice emotional control. By viewing negativity as an exercise in resilience, you shift from feeling attacked to feeling empowered. This shift transforms unkind words into tools for personal growth rather than sources of pain. The Stoic way emphasizes self-reflection. When someone speaks unkindly, reflect on why their words affect you. This introspection reveals areas where you may need to build confidence or let go of others' opinions. Self-reflection helps you identify the roots of your emotional response, allowing you to approach unkindness with greater awareness and composure. Practicing compassion, even toward those who speak unkindly, is a powerful Stoic response. Stoics believe that unkindness often stems from inner struggles or insecurities. By approaching others with compassion, you free yourself from resentment and keep your heart open. Compassion doesn't excuse their behavior. It simply frees you from holding on to negativity. A Stoic approach to unkindness includes gratitude. By being grateful for the opportunity to practice patience, resilience, and forgiveness, you turn unkindness into a stepping stone for growth. Gratitude helps you shift your focus from the negativity of others to the strength you're building within yourself, reinforcing a mindset of empowerment. Setting boundaries is also a Stoic practice. While you may choose not to let unkind words affect you, boundaries help you maintain your peace. Boundaries don't mean shutting others out. They simply remind them that respect is required. This boundary reinforces that while you can control your reaction, you won't tolerate ongoing disrespect. Stoicism teaches detachment from praise and criticism alike. When you learn not to seek validation from others, their unkind words lose their hold on you. Detachment allows you to remain steady regardless of others' opinions, cultivating a self-assuredness that doesn't depend on external approval or disapproval. Another key Stoic concept is accepting impermanence. Stoics remind us that everything, including the impact of unkind words, is temporary. By embracing impermanence, you recognize that the sting of negativity will fade, just like any passing moment. This perspective helps you stay grounded, knowing that unkind words are fleeting and don't define your worth. Stoic philosophy values inner dialogue. When faced with unkind words, use your inner voice to reaffirm your self-worth and remind yourself that others' words are beyond your control. This practice of self-reassurance strengthens your resolve, allowing you to maintain your peace even in the face of criticism. Choosing not to engage with unkind words is a powerful Stoic approach. By refusing to react, you prevent escalation and deny the negativity any energy. This choice reflects strength, as it shows that your peace isn't dependent on others' approval or behavior. Silence becomes a tool for preserving your dignity and peace. Stoicism encourages practicing humility. Recognizing that no one is immune to criticism allows you to accept unkind words without feeling personally attacked. Humility helps you view criticism objectively, as feedback rather than an affront. This perspective shifts your focus from defending yourself to understanding and growing from each experience. Focusing on your own actions rather than others' words aligns with Stoic teachings. When faced with unkindness, ask yourself how you can act in accordance with your values. This focus keeps you grounded in your own integrity, preventing others' negativity from swaying your actions or beliefs. Stoicism teaches that suffering comes from attachment, not from events themselves. When you detach from the need for others' approval, unkind words lose their power to hurt. Detachment allows you to observe negativity without internalizing it, creating space for peace and resilience in challenging situations. Viewing unkindness as an external force rather than a personal attack strengthens your resilience. Stoics remind us that we are not defined by what others say or think. By seeing negativity as something separate from yourself, you protect your self-image from being influenced by external judgments. Taking responsibility for your emotions is a core Stoic principle. Rather than blaming others for how you feel, Stoics encourage ownership of your emotional response. This self-responsibility reinforces that you have the power to shape your reaction, regardless of others' words or behavior. Stoic practice involves letting go of grudges. Holding on to resentment only weighs down your spirit, while forgiveness frees you. By releasing grudges, you prioritize your peace over past negativity, keeping your mind and heart open for positive experiences. The Stoic way includes focusing on the present moment. When unkind words arise, staying present helps you avoid dwelling on past hurts or future worries. By centering your attention on the here and now, you prevent negativity from overshadowing your peace. Reframing negativity as a learning opportunity is a valuable Stoic approach. Rather than seeing unkindness as a setback, view it as a chance to practice resilience and patience. This mindset turns challenges into experiences that enhance your growth and deepen your inner strength. Stoics advise not to expect perfection from others. People are flawed, and sometimes their words may reflect those imperfections. By accepting this reality, you reduce the frustration that arises from expecting others to always be kind or fair, cultivating a sense of acceptance and peace. Stoic practice includes recognizing your triggers. By identifying specific words or actions that evoke strong emotions, you become more aware of areas where you may need to build resilience. This awareness helps you control your reactions, allowing you to handle unkind words with greater poise. Cultivating a sense of purpose helps you rise above unkindness. When you're deeply connected to your values and goals, others' negativity becomes insignificant. Purpose anchors you in what truly matters, giving you strength to ignore distractions and stay focused on your path. Stoic wisdom encourages focusing on virtues rather than outcomes. When faced with unkindness, concentrate on embodying patience, kindness, and resilience, rather than controlling others' reactions. This shift aligns your focus with what you can control, enhancing your inner stability. The Stoic approach emphasizes self-control as a source of freedom. By mastering your reactions, you free yourself from the influence of external negativity. Self-control empowers you to stay true to yourself, ensuring that others' unkindness doesn't define your behavior or emotions. Compassion for yourself is a vital Stoic practice. When dealing with negativity, extend kindness to yourself, reminding yourself that you deserve respect and understanding. Self-compassion reinforces your inner strength, allowing you to handle unkindness without self-blame or doubt. Stoicism promotes accepting what is. Rather than resisting or denying others' unkindness, acknowledge it without letting it affect your peace. Acceptance frees you from struggling against reality, allowing you to respond calmly and move forward with clarity. Choosing to remain optimistic, even in the face of negativity, is a Stoic approach. By focusing on positive possibilities, you prevent unkind words from dampening your spirit. Optimism helps you maintain a hopeful perspective, reinforcing resilience in challenging moments. Stoicism values equanimity, the ability to remain balanced in all situations. By cultivating a steady mind, you're able to navigate unkindness without letting it disrupt your inner calm. Equanimity strengthens your ability to respond with grace, regardless of external negativity. Reflecting on the temporary nature of unkindness provides comfort. Stoics remind us that all events, including unpleasant ones, are fleeting. By keeping this in mind, you approach unkindness with patience, knowing that it will pass and leave your peace intact. Learning to laugh at unkindness can be a powerful Stoic practice. When you view negativity with humor, it loses its seriousness and power over you. Humor transforms challenges into lighter moments, helping you handle negativity with ease. Stoicism teaches that others' words don't define your identity. By grounding your self-worth in your own values rather than others' opinions, you strengthen your resilience. This independence frees you from seeking validation, allowing you to respond to unkindness with unshaken confidence. Finding inner calm in response to unkindness builds resilience, yet the true foundation of lasting confidence is self-respect. In both relationships and work, self-respect is what empowers you to set boundaries, pursue goals authentically, and engage with others from a place of strength rather than seeking approval. When rooted in self-respect, you can navigate challenges, avoid self-doubt, and maintain integrity no matter the situation. By embracing self-respect, you stand firm, unshaken by others' opinions or demands, fostering a life that truly reflects your values and strengths. Here's how self-respect transforms your relationships and work life, allowing you to grow, thrive, and stand strong. Self-respect begins with knowing your worth. When you acknowledge your value, you interact with others from a place of confidence rather than seeking validation. This assurance in your own worth prevents you from compromising your boundaries, ensuring that you engage in relationships and work from a place of equality rather than need. In relationships, self-respect allows you to set healthy boundaries. By knowing what you will and will not tolerate, you create space for mutual respect and understanding. Boundaries grounded in self-respect aren't about controlling others. They're about protecting your peace and well-being, ensuring that you give and receive respect in equal measure. At work, self-respect helps you stand by your principles. When faced with pressures to compromise your values or integrity, self-respect gives you the strength to say no, protecting your professional reputation and personal peace. It empowers you to align your work with your beliefs, enhancing your sense of purpose and fulfillment. Self-respect fosters independence. When you value yourself, you become less dependent on others' approval or support to feel complete. This independence allows you to maintain healthy relationships without losing your sense of self. By relying on your own strength, you reduce the risk of sacrificing your identity for the sake of acceptance. In friendships, self-respect allows you to embrace authenticity. Rather than conforming to others' expectations, you bring your true self to the table. Authenticity built on self-respect encourages genuine connections, as people appreciate your honesty and feel encouraged to be themselves around you. This mutual authenticity deepens relationships and fosters trust. In the workplace, self-respect fuels assertiveness. Knowing your value gives you the confidence to speak up for yourself and advocate for fair treatment. Whether it's asking for a raise, expressing your ideas, or setting boundaries around your time, self-respect strengthens your ability to stand up for your needs without feeling guilty. Self-respect prevents overdependence in relationships. When you respect yourself, you understand that your happiness and worth are not solely tied to another person. This realization helps you cultivate balanced relationships where both partners contribute equally, reducing the risk of dependency or imbalance in affection and effort. Having self-respect means you don't settle for less than you deserve. In relationships, this prevents you from tolerating disrespect, neglect, or manipulation. At work, it stops you from accepting unfair conditions or treatment. By refusing to settle, you uphold your standards, attracting opportunities and people that align with your values. Self-respect encourages self-care. Recognizing your worth means prioritizing your mental, physical, and emotional health. In relationships and work, this self-care keeps you grounded, ensuring that you have the energy and well-being to contribute meaningfully without burning out. It creates a cycle of strength and resilience that benefits every aspect of your life. In conflicts, self-respect guides you to respond calmly rather than react emotionally. It reminds you that your worth isn't determined by winning an argument or proving yourself. Instead, self-respect encourages you to seek solutions, protect your peace, and avoid unnecessary drama, enhancing harmony in relationships and professionalism at work. Self-respect allows you to embrace solitude. When you value yourself, you find fulfillment within rather than needing constant companionship. This comfort with solitude fosters independence, allowing you to enjoy alone time without feeling lonely. It also prevents you from staying in unhealthy relationships out of fear of being alone. In professional settings, self-respect helps you set realistic boundaries around work-life balance. Knowing that your worth is not tied solely to productivity or achievement allows you to maintain a healthy separation between work and personal life. This balance fosters long-term success by preventing burnout and maintaining enthusiasm for your career. In relationships, self-respect encourages forgiveness without sacrificing self-worth. Forgiving others is easier when you understand that their actions don't diminish your value. Self-respect helps you let go of resentment, knowing that forgiveness doesn't mean excusing disrespect. It means freeing yourself from negativity, allowing you to move forward with peace. Self-respect nurtures resilience. When you respect yourself, challenges and setbacks become opportunities to grow rather than threats to your worth. This resilience helps you navigate difficult situations in both relationships and work, giving you the strength to learn, adapt, and continue moving forward. With self-respect, you embrace accountability. Recognizing your worth means taking responsibility for your actions without fear of judgment. Accountability enhances trust in relationships and reliability at work, as people know they can count on you to own up to your mistakes and strive for improvement. Self-respect keeps you focused on your goals. By valuing your time and energy, you avoid distractions and stay committed to what truly matters. This focus benefits your career and personal life, helping you achieve your aspirations while remaining true to your values. In relationships, self-respect empowers you to communicate openly. When you respect yourself, you're not afraid to share your thoughts, feelings, and needs honestly. Open communication fosters understanding and intimacy, creating a solid foundation of trust and respect in your relationships. Self-respect allows you to celebrate your achievements without downplaying them. Recognizing your accomplishments reinforces your sense of worth, making you less likely to seek external validation. This confidence in your own achievements strengthens your self-image, encouraging you to pursue further growth and success with pride. In friendships, self-respect prevents jealousy and insecurity. When you value yourself, you're less likely to compare yourself to others. Instead of feeling threatened by friends' achievements, you celebrate their success, knowing it doesn't diminish your own worth. This attitude creates supportive, uplifting friendships where envy has no place. In the workplace, self-respect helps you handle criticism constructively. By recognizing that feedback is not a measure of your worth, you approach criticism with an open mind, using it as a tool for improvement rather than a personal attack. This approach fosters growth, resilience, and professionalism. Self-respect fosters empathy. When you value yourself, it becomes easier to appreciate others' experiences without feeling threatened. Empathy in relationships and work enhances understanding and cooperation, allowing you to engage with people from a place of compassion rather than judgment. When faced with challenges, self-respect helps you maintain hope. Believing in your worth gives you confidence to keep going, even in tough times. This resilience helps you overcome obstacles in both personal and professional life, knowing that difficulties don't define you. They're simply part of your journey. In relationships, self-respect discourages codependency. By recognizing your own strength and independence, you avoid relying excessively on others for happiness. This balance allows you to form healthy, supportive partnerships where each person's individuality is respected, creating a bond rooted in equality and mutual growth. Self-respect encourages you to set realistic goals. When you respect your own abilities, you avoid setting goals that are too easy or overly ambitious. This balanced approach to goal setting fosters motivation, ensuring that you pursue challenges that push you to grow without overwhelming yourself. In friendships, self-respect helps you choose relationships that uplift rather than drain you. By valuing your own energy, you become selective about who you spend time with, surrounding yourself with people who respect and support you. This choice creates a positive social circle that reinforces your confidence and happiness. Self-respect enhances decision-making. When you trust your judgment, you make choices that align with your values rather than seeking others' approval. This confidence in your decisions empowers you to pursue paths that truly resonate with you, whether in relationships, work, or personal growth. In the workplace, self-respect helps you navigate office politics with integrity. Rather than compromising your values to gain favor, you focus on doing your best and maintaining honesty. This approach earns you respect, as people recognize your commitment to fairness and authenticity. Self-respect encourages continuous learning. By valuing your growth, you seek opportunities to expand your knowledge and skills. This commitment to learning benefits both relationships and work, as it keeps you adaptable, curious, and open to new experiences that enrich your life. In relationships, self-respect inspires you to give without expecting anything in return. When you value yourself, you give from a place of abundance, not need. This generosity strengthens your bonds, as people sense that your kindness is genuine and free from hidden expectations. Self-respect fosters gratitude. When you appreciate your own worth, it becomes easier to recognize the good in others and in your circumstances. Gratitude enhances your outlook on life, helping you approach relationships and work with positivity and resilience. In challenging situations, self-respect gives you the courage to stand alone if necessary. Rather than compromising your values to fit in, you stay true to yourself, even if it means standing apart. This courage strengthens your sense of identity, allowing you to remain authentic in all areas of life. Self-respect enhances self-discipline. When you value yourself, you commit to actions that align with your goals and avoid distractions. This discipline benefits both personal and professional growth, helping you achieve success without sacrificing your integrity or well-being. In relationships, self-respect supports forgiveness without enabling harm. Forgiving others from a place of strength allows you to release resentment while maintaining healthy boundaries. This balance ensures that forgiveness enhances your peace without compromising your values. Self-respect nurtures resilience to rejection. Knowing your worth means understanding that rejection doesn't define you. This resilience helps you handle setbacks gracefully, whether in work or personal relationships, allowing you to learn from each experience without losing confidence. In friendships, self-respect allows you to enjoy shared experiences without competition. By valuing your unique qualities, you engage with friends as equals rather than rivals. This equality fosters supportive, fulfilling friendships that encourage growth without comparison. Self-respect strengthens your ability to manage time effectively. Recognizing the value of your time encourages you to prioritize meaningful activities and relationships, creating a balanced life that reflects your true priorities. In the workplace, self-respect helps you handle stress without compromising your values. When you respect yourself, you resist pressure to overwork or sacrifice your health for productivity. This balanced approach promotes sustainable success and long-term satisfaction in your career. Self-respect empowers you to advocate for others. When you recognize your own worth, you feel confident supporting others in standing up for their rights. This advocacy strengthens relationships, as people see that your respect for yourself extends to respect for others. In relationships, self-respect prevents you from taking on others' emotional burdens. By valuing your own peace, you offer support without absorbing others' stress or negativity. This balance fosters healthy boundaries, allowing you to be there for loved ones without losing yourself. Self-respect enhances creativity. When you trust your abilities, you feel more confident exploring new ideas and expressing yourself. This creative freedom benefits work and personal projects, as it encourages innovation and passion in all that you do. In challenging conversations, self-respect helps you stay calm and composed. Knowing your worth prevents you from feeling defensive or threatened, allowing you to engage in open dialogue without compromising your integrity. Self-respect encourages you to seek fulfillment over approval. Rather than striving to impress others, you pursue goals that bring you genuine satisfaction. This focus on fulfillment strengthens your sense of purpose, making your achievements more meaningful. In relationships, self-respect supports open-mindedness. By valuing yourself, you feel secure in exploring others' perspectives without feeling threatened. This openness enhances understanding and empathy, creating deeper connections. Self-respect inspires you to celebrate others' successes without feeling envious. When you value your unique path, others' achievements don't diminish your own. This perspective fosters supportive relationships, as people feel appreciated and encouraged by your genuine happiness for them. Self-respect allows you to embrace change with confidence. When you know your worth, you're more adaptable to life's shifts, as your self-image isn't tied to external circumstances. This adaptability benefits relationships and work, as it keeps you resilient and forward-thinking. In both relationships and work, self-respect empowers you to lead by example. By embodying integrity, kindness, and confidence, you inspire others to do the same. This positive influence enriches your interactions, as people are drawn to your strength and authenticity. Self-respect nurtures gratitude for the present moment. Valuing yourself allows you to appreciate where you are without constantly seeking more. This contentment enhances your relationships and work, as it encourages you to find joy in each experience. Building self-respect in relationships and work creates a solid foundation for mutual respect and personal boundaries. However, there are times when love and connection can cross into something less healthy, into control masked as care or affection. When love becomes control, it can be challenging to recognize because it often hides under the guise of closeness or concern. Toxic attachments may appear as devotion or loyalty, but are rooted in dependency, manipulation, and possessiveness. Identifying these patterns helps you reclaim your autonomy and redefine what love truly means. Here's how to spot when love crosses the line into control, why it happens, and how to break free from toxic attachments to find healthier, more genuine connections. Toxic attachments often begin subtly, with small, seemingly harmless gestures that gradually grow more intense. A partner or friend might check in on you frequently, initially seeming attentive or caring. However, if this behavior escalates to an excessive need for constant updates or always knowing where you are, it shifts from care to control. Recognizing these early signs helps you establish healthy boundaries before the attachment deepens into something more restrictive. A hallmark of controlling love is jealousy framed as protection. Statements like, "I just worry about you," or "I don't trust others around you," might seem caring, but often mask insecurity and a need for control. True love doesn't limit your interactions, it trusts and respects your independence. By noticing this jealousy early on, you can address it openly and assess whether the relationship supports or stifles your freedom. Isolation is a powerful tool used in toxic attachments. A controlling partner or friend may discourage you from spending time with others, subtly suggesting that they are the only one who truly understands or cares for you. While closeness in relationships is natural, isolation limits your perspective, making it easier for the person to control your thoughts and decisions. Recognizing this pattern allows you to maintain connections outside the relationship, protecting your independence. Emotional manipulation, such as guilt tripping, is common in toxic attachments. When someone uses phrases like, "If you loved me, you would," or "I did this for you, so you owe me," they're using love as a bargaining tool. Genuine love isn't transactional. It doesn't come with strings attached. By recognizing manipulation disguised as affection, you prevent yourself from feeling obligated to sacrifice your well-being. In toxic attachments, love can feel conditional. A controlling person might withdraw affection or become distant if you don't act according to their expectations. This conditional love creates an environment where you feel you must constantly prove your loyalty or worthiness. Healthy love, on the other hand, accepts you without constant tests or ultimatums. Noticing these conditions can help you evaluate whether the relationship respects your individuality. Possessiveness is another clear sign of love becoming control. Phrases like, "You're mine," or "I don't want anyone else to have you," might initially seem romantic, but possessiveness views you as property rather than a partner. True love respects autonomy and doesn't attempt to control who you are or whom you connect with. Recognizing possessive behavior allows you to reaffirm your boundaries and maintain your sense of self. Overcriticism is often present in toxic attachments. A controlling person might frequently point out your flaws or belittle your choices under the pretense of wanting the best for you. This constant criticism chips away at your self-esteem, making you feel dependent on their approval. Healthy relationships, however, encourage growth through support rather than constant critique. By recognizing excessive criticism, you can assess whether the relationship builds you up or brings you down. Toxic attachments often involve gaslighting, a form of manipulation where the person makes you doubt your own perceptions or feelings. If they consistently dismiss your feelings with statements like, "You're overreacting," or "That never happened," they're attempting to control your reality. Recognizing gaslighting helps you trust your own experiences, preserving your self-worth and autonomy. In a toxic attachment, love can feel overwhelming, as though it's consuming every aspect of your life. The person may demand constant attention or expect you to prioritize them above all else. While intense connections are natural in relationships, love that feels suffocating usually signals a need for control. Recognizing this intensity helps you set boundaries that allow for balance and breathing space. People in toxic attachments often use blame to maintain control. They may deflect responsibility for their actions, making you feel at fault for their behavior. Statements like, "You made me do this," or "If you didn't act this way, I wouldn't have to," shift blame onto you, creating guilt and dependency. Recognizing this blame shifting allows you to maintain accountability without accepting responsibility for their actions. Monitoring or invading your privacy is another control tactic. A controlling partner or friend may want access to your phone, emails, or social media accounts, justifying it as trust or transparency. While openness is essential, privacy is also a vital part of respect. Recognizing when curiosity turns into surveillance helps you safeguard your autonomy and maintain trust based on mutual respect. In toxic attachments, love may feel unpredictable, with highs and lows that leave you emotionally exhausted. This roller coaster dynamic often involves cycles of intense affection, followed by distance or conflict, creating dependency. Healthy relationships, however, offer stability rather than constant emotional fluctuation. Recognizing these patterns allows you to seek relationships that support emotional balance and security. When love becomes control, it often affects your self-image. A controlling person might highlight your insecurities, making you feel inadequate or unworthy. This tactic lowers your confidence, increasing dependency on their validation. True love, on the other hand, boosts self-esteem and encourages self-acceptance. Recognizing this impact on your self-worth enables you to evaluate whether the relationship aligns with your growth. In toxic attachments, apologies are rare, as the controlling person may refuse to take responsibility. They might justify hurtful actions or expect you to move on without acknowledgement. In healthy love, accountability and apologies are given freely, showing respect for each other's feelings. Recognizing this unwillingness to apologize can help you identify a lack of respect within the relationship. When someone attempts to make every decision for you, love turns into control. They may insist on choosing what you wear, whom you interact with, or how you spend your time, framing it as looking out for you. Genuine love respects your right to make choices and supports your independence. Recognizing this need for control allows you to re-establish your autonomy within the relationship. Toxic attachments often include financial control. A controlling person might restrict your access to money or make financial decisions for you, using this dependence to keep you within their influence. Financial control limits your independence, making it harder to leave the relationship. Recognizing financial control helps you seek support and take steps toward financial independence. One-sided loyalty is common in toxic attachments. The controlling person may expect unwavering loyalty from you while failing to reciprocate. This imbalance can create a power dynamic where you feel obligated to prioritize their needs above your own. Healthy relationships, however, involve mutual loyalty and respect, with both partners contributing equally. Noticing this disparity helps you assess the relationship's fairness. In a controlling relationship, expressions of love may feel like obligations rather than choices. If you feel pressured to constantly prove your love or dedication, the attachment has likely crossed into control. True love doesn't demand proof. It exists without constant validation. Recognizing this pressure allows you to reclaim your right to express love freely and genuinely. Subtle threats are often present in toxic attachments. A controlling person may imply that they'll leave or withdraw affection if you don't comply with their wishes, creating fear of loss. This form of manipulation leverages your attachment to maintain control. Recognizing these threats helps you separate love from fear, reinforcing your self-worth. Controlling love can erode your personal goals. A toxic partner may discourage your ambitions or make you feel guilty for pursuing personal growth. By prioritizing their needs over yours, they keep you focused on their desires rather than your own aspirations. Recognizing this impact on your goals allows you to reaffirm your right to pursue growth independently. In toxic attachments, the person may display extreme reactions to perceived slights, turning minor issues into significant conflicts. This overreaction creates an atmosphere of tension, making you feel responsible for keeping them content. Healthy love addresses issues calmly without escalating them unnecessarily. Recognizing these overreactions helps you understand that their behavior is about control, not genuine concern. In some toxic attachments, the person may idealize you at first, making you feel like you're perfect and indispensable. However, this can quickly turn into devaluation when they no longer view you as flawless. This cycle of idealization and devaluation creates instability and emotional dependence. Recognizing these shifts helps you understand that true love values consistency over fluctuating praise. When love becomes control, personal achievements may be downplayed or dismissed. A controlling person may feel threatened by your success, subtly discouraging your growth. In a healthy relationship, love celebrates achievements without reservation. Recognizing this behavior allows you to seek connections that uplift rather than suppress your potential. In a toxic attachment, attempts to assert independence may be met with resistance. A controlling person may react negatively when you make decisions for yourself, perceiving it as a threat to their influence. True love encourages independence, celebrating your growth and autonomy. Recognizing this resistance allows you to reinforce your right to make choices without external pressure. People in toxic attachments may manipulate your kindness, expecting you to prioritize their needs without reciprocation. By exploiting your empathy, they create an imbalanced dynamic where you constantly give without receiving. Healthy love respects boundaries and values mutual support. Recognizing this manipulation allows you to protect your compassion and maintain balanced relationships. In toxic attachments, affection can feel like a reward rather than a natural expression of love. A controlling person may withhold affection to punish or motivate you, making love feel conditional. Genuine love doesn't use affection as a tool for compliance, it's freely given. Recognizing this manipulation enables you to reclaim your emotional independence and seek healthier expressions of love. Breaking free from toxic attachments reveals a crucial truth. Your self-worth is not a bargaining chip, and your dignity is non-negotiable. Embracing self-worth means standing firm in the belief that you deserve respect, kindness, and authenticity in every interaction. Holding on to your dignity empowers you to make choices that honor your values, avoid situations that compromise your integrity, and live a life rooted in self-respect. This is not about ego or superiority. It's about understanding that your well-being and self-respect come first. Here's why your dignity is indispensable and how embracing self-worth shapes a life that genuinely reflects your strength, confidence, and inner peace. Dignity begins with recognizing your inherent worth, independent of others' opinions or approval. When you hold yourself in high regard, you're less likely to tolerate disrespect or mistreatment. This foundation of self-worth keeps you grounded, allowing you to remain steady regardless of external judgments. Recognizing your value is the first step in embracing a life that honors your dignity. Knowing that your dignity is non-negotiable changes the way you approach relationships. You set boundaries that protect your emotional and mental well-being, making it clear that respect is a requirement, not an option. These boundaries don't isolate you. They create a space where you can connect with others without compromising your self-respect. Self-worth helps you avoid seeking validation in unhealthy ways. Instead of looking for approval from others, you validate your own experiences and feelings, understanding that your perspective is valuable. This internal validation frees you from the need for constant reassurance, empowering you to stand strong in who you are. Embracing self-worth also means accepting that you are enough as you are. Society often pressures us to achieve or change to be worthy, but dignity affirms that your worth doesn't depend on achievements or comparisons. This acceptance creates a foundation of confidence that isn't shaken by external pressures or unrealistic expectations. Having dignity allows you to walk away from situations that don't honor your self-respect. Whether in relationships or work, knowing your worth means you won't settle for less than you deserve. Walking away isn't a sign of weakness. It's a powerful statement that you value your peace and well-being above others' demands or opinions. Self-worth strengthens resilience, especially during tough times. When challenges arise, dignity reminds you that setbacks don't define you. This resilience helps you recover and grow without letting difficulties impact your sense of worth. Embracing self-worth means seeing challenges as temporary, with the confidence that you'll overcome them without losing self-respect. Your dignity reinforces the importance of treating yourself with kindness. Embracing self-worth encourages you to practice self-compassion, especially when facing mistakes or insecurities. This kindness toward yourself prevents self-criticism from eroding your confidence, allowing you to grow without harsh judgment. Dignity influences the way you handle criticism. When you know your worth, criticism becomes a tool for growth rather than a personal attack. You can evaluate feedback objectively, keeping what helps you improve and disregarding what doesn't align with your values. This approach allows you to grow without sacrificing self-respect. Embracing self-worth means defining success on your terms. Instead of conforming to society's standards, you measure success by your own values and goals. This self-defined success protects your dignity, as it prevents you from chasing approval or compromising your integrity for validation. Your dignity creates a shield against negative influences. When others try to bring you down, self-worth acts as a barrier, reminding you that their opinions don't determine your value. This protection allows you to navigate life's challenges without internalizing others' negativity. Knowing your worth helps you make decisions that align with your values. Instead of being swayed by external pressures, you choose paths that reflect your integrity. This alignment reinforces your dignity, as each decision you make honors your true self, creating a life that feels authentic and fulfilling. Self-worth encourages gratitude for your unique journey. Embracing your path without comparison allows you to see the beauty in your experiences, even if they differ from others. Gratitude for your journey reinforces your dignity, as it reminds you that your life's worth isn't measured by others' milestones. When dignity is non-negotiable, you refuse to let others take advantage of your kindness. Self-worth reminds you that compassion doesn't mean accepting disrespect. This balance allows you to be generous without compromising your boundaries, making kindness a source of strength rather than a vulnerability. Dignity helps you prioritize your well-being without guilt. Embracing self-worth means understanding that self-care isn't selfish, it's essential. By putting your health and happiness first, you ensure that you have the energy to contribute meaningfully to others, creating a balance that honors your needs and respects your boundaries. Self-worth supports you in letting go of relationships that no longer serve you. When you recognize your value, you don't hold on to connections out of fear or dependency. Letting go isn't an act of abandonment. It's a decision to honor your dignity by surrounding yourself with people who respect and uplift you. Embracing self-worth means celebrating your achievements, no matter how small. Each step you take toward growth reinforces your dignity, reminding you that progress is personal. Celebrating yourself strengthens confidence and appreciation for your efforts, allowing you to acknowledge your journey without waiting for external validation. Your dignity reinforces patience with yourself. Embracing self-worth helps you understand that growth is a process and setbacks are part of the journey. Patience with yourself prevents frustration from diminishing your confidence, allowing you to learn and grow with kindness and self-respect. Self-worth helps you recognize that mistakes don't define you. When you hold on to your dignity, you see mistakes as learning experiences rather than reflections of your character. This perspective allows you to approach challenges without fear, knowing that your worth isn't diminished by imperfection. Dignity fosters independence in decision-making. Instead of relying on others to guide your choices, self-worth empowers you to trust your intuition. This independence reinforces your confidence as it shows that you believe in your own judgment and are capable of navigating life on your terms. Embracing self-worth strengthens your voice. When you value yourself, you feel empowered to speak up for what matters, even if others disagree. This confidence in your voice allows you to express your truth without fear of judgment, creating a life that reflects your values and convictions. Self-worth helps you embrace your uniqueness. Instead of feeling pressured to fit in, dignity allows you to celebrate your individuality. This acceptance of yourself as you are prevents the need to conform, allowing you to shine in your authenticity without compromising your values. Your dignity influences how you handle success. Embracing self-worth means celebrating achievements without arrogance. You acknowledge your accomplishments with humility, understanding that they are a reflection of your hard work and dedication rather than a reason for superiority. Knowing your worth helps you resist toxic relationships. When you embrace self-worth, you recognize when a relationship is damaging rather than fulfilling. This awareness empowers you to distance yourself from negativity, choosing connections that honor your dignity and support your growth. Dignity keeps you grounded in the face of adversity. When challenges arise, self-worth reminds you that difficulties don't determine your value. This grounded perspective allows you to navigate tough times with resilience, knowing that your worth remains intact despite external circumstances. Self-worth fosters contentment. Embracing your value means finding peace within yourself rather than seeking happiness in external factors. This contentment reinforces your dignity as it reminds you that you don't need to chase approval or validation to feel whole. Your dignity guides you in setting boundaries. Self-worth reminds you that boundaries are essential for respect, both from yourself and others. By setting limits, you create a space where you can grow without compromising your peace, ensuring that your relationships are healthy and balanced. Embracing self-worth encourages self-expression. When you value yourself, you feel confident exploring your interests and talents without fear of judgment. This freedom to express yourself fully enhances your life, allowing you to pursue passions that align with your true self. Knowing your worth prevents you from comparing yourself to others. Self-worth reminds you that everyone's journey is unique and your path is valuable in its own right. This perspective protects your dignity as it stops you from measuring your success by others' standards. Dignity enhances self-discipline. When you respect yourself, you commit to habits that align with your goals and values. This self-discipline reinforces your worth as it shows that you're willing to put in the effort to create a life that reflects your integrity. Self-worth fosters resilience to criticism. Embracing your dignity means recognizing that others' opinions don't define you. This resilience helps you approach criticism constructively, using it to grow without letting it diminish your confidence or sense of self. Embracing self-worth encourages self-love. When you recognize your inherent value, you treat yourself with kindness and compassion, especially during challenging times. This self-love reinforces your dignity, as it reminds you that you deserve care and respect from yourself as much as from others. Your dignity helps you accept compliments with grace. Embracing self-worth allows you to receive praise without feeling uncomfortable or unworthy. This acceptance shows that you recognize your own achievements and appreciate others' acknowledgement without diminishing your value. Knowing your worth helps you advocate for yourself. When you value your dignity, you feel empowered to stand up for your rights and needs, both in personal relationships and professional settings. This advocacy reinforces your confidence, as it shows that you believe in your own worth. Embracing self-worth helps you prioritize quality over quantity in relationships. When you value yourself, you seek connections that add meaning to your life rather than simply filling space. This focus on quality relationships ensures that your dignity is respected, creating a supportive and uplifting social circle. Self-worth allows you to embrace your strengths without downplaying them. Recognizing your abilities without humility or arrogance reinforces your dignity, as it shows that you're proud of your talents and contributions without feeling the need to diminish or exaggerate them. Embracing self-worth and recognizing your dignity reinforces a powerful truth. You don't need to justify living authentically. Every individual has the right to lead a life that aligns with their values, passions, and beliefs, free from unnecessary explanations or validation from others. Living authentically means honoring your true self, expressing your unique voice, and choosing a path that reflects who you are at the core. It's not about seeking approval, but about living with integrity. Here's why you don't owe anyone an explanation for your choices, and how embracing this freedom empowers you to live genuinely and confidently in every aspect of life. Authenticity begins with self-acceptance. When you fully accept who you are, there's no need to explain your choices to others. Self-acceptance liberates you from seeking approval, allowing you to make decisions based on your values, without feeling pressured to conform to external expectations. Living authentically means prioritizing your happiness over others' opinions. When you let go of the need to justify your choices, you find a deeper sense of fulfillment that comes from within. This freedom to prioritize your well-being strengthens your sense of self and creates a life that truly resonates with your desires. You don't owe anyone an explanation because your journey is unique. No one else has experienced life exactly as you have, with the same experiences, lessons, and insights. By honoring your journey, you acknowledge that your choices are deeply personal, made for reasons that others may not fully understand. Authenticity requires courage, especially when your choices challenge societal norms. By living boldly, you set an example that it's okay to follow a different path. This courage not only benefits you, but inspires others to question why they may feel the need to conform, encouraging them to explore their own authentic desires. Embracing your uniqueness means understanding that you are under no obligation to meet others' expectations. Your life is yours to shape, and living by your own standards allows you to grow in ways that feel genuine. This freedom to pursue your true path keeps you connected to your core values, preventing you from sacrificing your integrity. When you choose to live authentically, you take ownership of your choices without feeling the need to explain them. This ownership fosters responsibility and maturity, as you understand that your happiness and fulfillment depend on living in alignment with your truth, not on pleasing others. Living authentically means accepting that not everyone will understand or agree with your choices, and that's okay. Embracing this reality frees you from the need to defend yourself. By understanding that diversity in perspectives is natural, you can confidently make choices that serve your well-being without seeking others' validation. You don't need to justify your choices because self-trust is more valuable than external approval. When you trust yourself, you build a foundation of confidence that is unshaken by others' opinions. Self-trust reinforces that your decisions are made with intention, honoring your needs and values above all else. Embracing authenticity means knowing that your purpose is unique to you. You have talents, passions, and perspectives that shape your path in ways only you can fully appreciate. Recognizing the value of your purpose gives you the confidence to pursue it wholeheartedly without needing permission or explanation. When you live authentically, you build resilience against criticism. Understanding that not everyone will agree with your choices empowers you to handle negativity with grace. This resilience allows you to stay committed to your path, knowing that others' judgments don't define your worth or the validity of your choices. Living without the need to explain yourself fosters inner peace. When you're not constantly seeking validation, you find a sense of calm in knowing that your life reflects your true self. This inner peace enhances your ability to focus on what truly matters, leaving behind the noise of others' expectations. Choosing to live authentically means embracing imperfection. You understand that mistakes and growth are part of your journey, and you don't need to justify your learning process to anyone. By accepting yourself fully, including your flaws, you allow for growth without the pressure to appear perfect. When you live without explanation, you practice detachment from others' opinions. This detachment doesn't mean indifference. It simply allows you to maintain your peace without being swayed by external judgments. Detachment reinforces your inner strength, keeping you grounded in your truth. Authenticity enhances your relationships. When you live true to yourself, you attract people who appreciate you for who you are, not for the version you present to fit in. This authenticity creates deeper, more meaningful connections, as these relationships are based on genuine acceptance. Living without needing to explain yourself gives you freedom in self-expression. You feel empowered to pursue your interests, hobbies, and passions openly without filtering them for others' approval. This freedom of expression fosters creativity and joy, enriching your life with activities that reflect your true self. When you don't justify your choices, you respect your boundaries. Living authentically means knowing when to say no and honoring your limits, regardless of others' expectations. Boundaries protect your energy and reinforce that your well-being takes priority, fostering a life that supports your mental and emotional health. Choosing to live authentically strengthens your integrity. When your actions align with your beliefs, you build a life that feels whole and complete. Integrity allows you to navigate life with a sense of purpose, knowing that each decision you make reflects your true self without compromise. Living authentically teaches you to value experiences over appearances. You prioritize meaningful experiences that enrich your life rather than superficial approval. This shift in focus leads to greater satisfaction as your life becomes filled with moments that genuinely matter to you. When you embrace your authenticity, you cultivate resilience. The courage to live without explanation builds emotional strength, allowing you to handle life's challenges with grace. Resilience nurtures confidence, showing you that you can remain true to yourself no matter what life brings. Authenticity encourages self-compassion. By accepting yourself as you are, you're less likely to judge yourself harshly or seek validation. Self-compassion allows you to navigate life with kindness, giving yourself the space to grow and learn without the burden of external expectations. Living without the need to explain your choices liberates you from guilt. You realize that prioritizing your happiness and well-being is not selfish, but essential. This freedom from guilt empowers you to pursue a life that fulfills you, knowing that your happiness doesn't require anyone else's permission. Authenticity fosters a sense of belonging within yourself. When you embrace your true self, you feel at home in your own skin, no longer searching for acceptance outside. This self-belonging strengthens your confidence, allowing you to navigate life with a sense of wholeness and security. Living without explanation teaches you to release the fear of judgment. By accepting that others' opinions are outside your control, you free yourself from worrying about others' perceptions. This release from judgment allows you to embrace opportunities and experiences that align with your passions. Choosing to live authentically nurtures self-discovery. Each choice you make without seeking validation deepens your understanding of yourself, revealing your true desires, strengths, and values. This ongoing journey of self-discovery enriches your life, leading to a deeper connection with who you are. When you stop justifying your choices, you become more present. Without the distraction of others' opinions, you can focus fully on the present moment, enjoying life as it unfolds. This mindfulness enhances your experiences, making each moment more fulfilling and meaningful. Living authentically strengthens your self-esteem. As you make choices that reflect your true self, you reinforce your worth and confidence. This self-assurance allows you to face challenges with courage, knowing that you're capable of navigating life on your terms. When you embrace authenticity, you cultivate gratitude. By living in alignment with your values, you appreciate the life you're creating. This gratitude deepens your sense of fulfillment, reminding you that a life lived true to yourself is a gift worth cherishing. Living without explanation allows you to pursue your passions without hesitation. When you're not concerned with others' opinions, you feel free to explore interests that excite and inspire you. This pursuit of passion adds joy and purpose to your life as you engage in activities that bring genuine happiness. Embracing authenticity promotes self-reliance. When you trust your own judgment, you become less dependent on others for guidance or approval. This self-reliance builds resilience, showing you that you're fully capable of creating a life that reflects your values and dreams. When you choose to live authentically, you inspire others. By showing that it's possible to live without constant explanation, you encourage those around you to embrace their own truth. Your example becomes a source of strength for others, creating a ripple effect of authenticity and courage. Living without the need to justify your choices protects your peace. When you're not constantly explaining yourself, you conserve energy for what truly matters. This peace of mind allows you to focus on your goals and passions, creating a life that brings joy without the stress of external validation. Authenticity allows you to embrace change. When you're true to yourself, you understand that growth and transformation are natural parts of life. This acceptance of change allows you to evolve without fear, knowing that your journey is uniquely yours to explore. Living authentically fosters a sense of freedom. Without the constraints of others' expectations, you feel liberated to make choices that align with your desires. This freedom to be yourself enhances your life, creating a path that feels true and fulfilling. Choosing not to explain yourself fosters clarity in your life. When you live authentically, your intentions and goals become clearer, as they're based on your true desires rather than others' influences. This clarity helps you make decisions with confidence, ensuring that each step reflects your authentic self. Embracing your truth allows you to stand tall in your convictions. When you live authentically, you hold firm in your beliefs, regardless of opposition. This strength in conviction creates a life rooted in integrity, where you remain true to your values even in the face of challenges. Living without the need to explain your choices fosters self-assurance. Each time you make a decision aligned with your values, you reinforce your confidence in yourself. This self-assurance strengthens your resilience, as you know that you're capable of navigating life with grace and authenticity. When you embrace authenticity, you cultivate patience. Living true to yourself requires time and trust in the journey. This patience allows you to grow without rushing, knowing that each experience contributes to a life that genuinely reflects your unique path. Choosing to live authentically means valuing your perspective. When you honor your own insights and experiences, you create a life that feels true to you. This self-respect reinforces your dignity as you understand that your perspective is valuable and doesn't require external validation. Living without explanation promotes inner harmony. When your actions align with your values, you feel a sense of peace that comes from living honestly. This inner harmony strengthens your resilience, allowing you to navigate life's challenges with calmness and confidence. Embracing authenticity allows you to take risks. When you're not focused on others' opinions, you feel more courageous in pursuing opportunities that excite you. This willingness to take risks adds depth and adventure to your life, enriching your experiences with growth and discovery. Living authentically means honoring your intuition. When you trust your inner guidance, you make decisions that feel right for you. This trust in your intuition reinforces your confidence, allowing you to navigate life with clarity and purpose without the need for others' input. When you stop justifying your choices, you open yourself to possibilities. By embracing your truth, you attract opportunities and experiences that align with your values. This openness enriches your life, allowing you to create a path that feels genuinely fulfilling and aligned with who you are. Choosing authenticity often reveals who truly respects you and who only respects their ability to control you. A vital part of living authentically is freeing yourself from relationships that don't honor your well-being. Moving on from manipulative people isn't a rejection of kindness, it's an act of profound self-respect and self-compassion. Yet, guilt can creep in, triggered by years of feeling responsible for others' happiness. That guilt isn't a true guide. It's the final illusion crafted by those who controlled you. Shedding it allows you to see the difference between genuine connection and hidden manipulation, giving you freedom that's both transformative and overdue. Manipulators are skilled at weaving guilt into their influence. They know exactly how to make you feel responsible for their emotions and can twist even your smallest act of self-care into something selfish. They often project their needs onto you in subtle ways, whispering unspoken expectations that weigh on you like invisible chains. And because you're thoughtful and kind, you listen, you feel, and you respond. But look closer. When has their empathy ever extended back to you? When have they offered the same support or understanding? Their empathy is an illusion, carefully crafted to keep you second-guessing yourself and tethered to their needs. Realizing this is the beginning of your freedom. The guilt you feel isn't proof of their worth or of any debt you owe. It's proof of the way they've manipulated your emotions to control you. That guilt is a weapon, a way to keep you ensnared in their needs, their crises, their demands. Each time you feel it, remember that it's not your true voice. It's the echo of their influence, and it fades the more you stand in your own strength. When you set boundaries and let go of their hold, you're not abandoning them. You're releasing a dynamic that has been unhealthy and unbalanced. You're choosing to honor yourself rather than fuel their endless needs. There's strength in this choice. When you choose yourself over the false narratives they create, you're reclaiming your reality from their illusions. Manipulators are often skilled at building stories where they are the misunderstood soul, the one who only wants the best, the one who needs a little more of your time, your energy, your understanding. But if their affection is only sustained by your compliance, it's not love, it's control. Every time you take a step back, you dismantle a piece of that story, revealing it for what it is: a mask, a ploy, a false identity. Your decision to put yourself first doesn't make you cruel, it makes you aware. Recognizing manipulation involves more than seeing actions. It involves understanding motives. Manipulators don't look like villains. Often, they're people you care about deeply, friends, partners, even family members. But their actions, masked by charm or dependency, aim to control. They might shower you with affection one moment, only to withdraw it the next, making you feel like you must earn their approval again. It's a cycle of highs and lows, designed to keep you off balance, to keep you craving their love. Seeing through this dynamic is painful, yes, but it's also liberating. You'll start to understand that real love doesn't create anxiety, insecurity, or shame. Real love doesn't demand your constant proving. It embraces your worth without conditions. Letting go means confronting your inner resistance. Part of you might cling to the idea that you can fix the relationship, that your kindness will eventually change them. It's a hopeful thought, but it's also a trap. Manipulators thrive on this hope, encouraging it subtly because it keeps you invested in them. But understand this: real love and respect cannot be forced. By letting go, you're not giving up on them. You're freeing yourself from an impossible task. You're choosing to respect your boundaries rather than lose yourself trying to save someone who doesn't want to change. This realization is not selfish. It's deeply compassionate toward yourself. Each step away from manipulation leads to a clearer understanding of your needs and values. When you distance yourself from someone who drains you, you're creating space for people who uplift you. You'll begin to recognize that healthy relationships bring mutual growth, respect, and joy. You'll notice that true friends or partners don't make you feel guilty for saying no or for taking time for yourself. Your time and energy are no longer taken for granted, but cherished. This shift allows you to experience relationships that don't demand your compromise, but celebrate your authenticity. Every step you take toward freeing yourself is a step toward living in alignment with your deepest values. In their final attempts to hold on to control, manipulators might try to provoke reactions, reminding you of good times or creating crises to reel you back in. They may switch between anger, remorse, and charm, hoping that one approach will make you hesitate, that they'll find the right lever to keep you tied to them. Recognize this tactic for what it is: a last, desperate attempt to maintain control. When you stand firm in your decision, you'll find that the hold they once had begins to loosen. They may escalate for a time, but eventually they'll move on, searching for someone else who hasn't yet learned to say no. The peace you gain from letting go is one of the most valuable gifts you can give yourself. Manipulative people thrive on chaos, on keeping you on edge, on making sure your emotional state revolves around them. Letting go reclaims your peace, your sense of quiet contentment that doesn't require constant fixing or managing. You'll start to appreciate moments of calm, the gentle rhythm of a life that's not punctuated by someone else's demands. This peace is not only a sanctuary, it's a sign of your commitment to a life led by your values, not by others' needs. As you step further away from these influences, you might find yourself feeling lighter, more confident. There's an undeniable freedom in knowing that you're no longer bound by someone else's whims. Your decisions are yours, made for your well-being. Every day becomes an affirmation of your worth, as you no longer need anyone's validation to feel whole. You realize that guilt is not a necessary part of self-care, that your responsibility is first and foremost to your own peace. In this freedom, you'll see clearly how manipulation once twisted your perspective and how clear and pure your own voice truly is. Letting go of manipulative people is a profound act of love for yourself. It's an act that says, I am worthy of respect, of peace, of relationships that nourish rather than drain. You are not here to fix others or to be their endless source of validation. You're here to live authentically, to find joy in relationships that celebrate who you are. And if others try to make you feel guilty for this, remember, their guilt is their own. It's not your responsibility to carry the weight of someone else's unmet needs or unresolved issues. You are free to let go, free to live, free to love in a way that honors your soul. In the end, you'll find that the peace and clarity you've gained far outweigh any momentary guilt. You'll recognize that by letting go, you've not only freed yourself, but also opened a path for them to confront their own behavior. It's not your burden to ensure they learn, but you're no longer enabling their control. In releasing them, you release yourself from a pattern that's been unkind to you. Your life becomes your own, unchained from the distortions they tried to impose. And as you move forward, you'll discover new strength. It's the strength of a life lived in alignment with self-respect, free from guilt, and rich with genuine connections. In choosing yourself, you choose peace, clarity, and joy. This is your life to live, and letting go of manipulation is your declaration that you will live it fully, authentically, and without regret. This is where freedom truly begins, and where your story of self-respect takes its fullest, truest form. Liberating yourself from manipulation clears your mind, opening up space to rediscover your inner peace. Yet, it's not only obvious control tactics that threaten your well-being. Sometimes, influence slips in through an entirely different guise. Criticism, the kind that isn't aimed at helping or encouraging, but controlling. This form of criticism is not always loud or confrontational. Often it appears wrapped in concern or advice, but the underlying aim is clear: to mold you, shape your decisions, and undermine your self-assurance. This type of judgment wears down confidence, slowly weakening your autonomy. Addressing this hidden control requires a deep understanding of the ways criticism can be weaponized, and the courage to stand firm against it. In relationships where criticism is a controlling tool, the comments are rarely constructive. Instead of offering real insights, these critiques seem to target your personal choices, your appearance, even your way of thinking. The result is a drip feed of doubt, designed to make you question not just your actions, but your very sense of self. This criticism becomes an insidious undercurrent, something that lingers after every conversation, embedding itself in your thoughts and leaving you to wonder if you're enough. Over time, it cultivates a dependence, where you find yourself seeking their approval, fearing their disapproval, and adjusting your behavior to avoid the next dose of judgment. Criticism as control often operates under the guise of care. Phrases like, "I just want what's best for you," or "I'm only saying this because I care," frame their words as concern rather than judgment. But real care doesn't undermine or diminish. True support encourages growth, inspires confidence, and empowers you to see your strengths. Controlling criticism, by contrast, serves a different purpose. It diminishes, belittles, and chips away at self-esteem until you're left wondering why your life doesn't align with their vision. This control is subtle but powerful, masked as guidance, but designed to lead you away from your path and toward theirs. Breaking free from this type of influence begins with a clear understanding of your values and priorities. When your foundation is firm, it's harder for others to sway you with their opinions. You start to see criticism for what it truly is, an attempt to impose their preferences onto your life. This doesn't mean shutting out feedback altogether, but filtering it through your own values. When you can weigh others' opinions against your inner truth, you protect yourself from allowing unkind words to penetrate. This process reinforces your self-assurance, making it easier to navigate criticism without sacrificing your peace. Building these mental boundaries is essential but challenging. Repeated criticism can echo long after it's spoken, becoming a voice that questions your every choice, even when they're not around. Each time you catch yourself dwelling on their remarks, redirect your thoughts to affirmations that strengthen your confidence. Remind yourself of your worth, of the values that guide you, of the vision you hold for your life. Slowly, you'll notice the power of their words fade, replaced by a resilience that stands independent of anyone else's opinion. Reclaiming this mental space is how you cultivate true peace, the kind that doesn't crumble under someone else's disapproval. Responding to this kind of criticism requires discernment, a skill that lets you separate helpful feedback from controlling judgment. Not all critical remarks are designed to harm, but when you sense a hidden motive, a need to control, to manage, to make you feel small, it's time to pause. Ask yourself if the feedback aligns with your values, or if it's an attempt to impose someone else's vision upon your life. Discernment allows you to filter criticism without internalizing it, enabling you to listen without letting it erode your sense of self. This discernment, when practiced consistently, becomes a shield that guards your mind and heart from undue influence. Strengthening your response to controlling criticism involves cultivating an inner confidence that doesn't rely on validation from others. This confidence doesn't mean you need to counter every remark or justify yourself constantly. It's a quiet assurance that remains steady even in the face of disapproval. By developing this resilience, you free yourself from the pull of other people's opinions, and your self-worth becomes independent, unshaken by others' views. This inner strength is not born of defensiveness, but of a deep-rooted understanding of your own worth, a self-worth that cannot be shaped by anyone but yourself. As your strength grows, those who rely on criticism to control may escalate their attempts to get through to you. They may amplify their remarks, making them more personal, more insistent, more cutting, hoping to provoke a reaction that reaffirms their control. In these moments, hold steady. Their intensity is not a reflection of your worth, but of their need to re-establish their influence. Each time you choose to respond with silence or calm, refusing to react defensively, you assert your independence. This is a powerful form of non-reaction, a choice to let their words fall away without altering your course. Overcoming controlling criticism also means recognizing your perceived vulnerabilities and embracing them with compassion. Those who use criticism to control will often zero in on areas where they think you're insecure, using your self-doubt as a tool to keep you tethered. By acknowledging your perceived flaws openly, by seeing them without shame, you weaken their power to exploit these areas. Self-compassion diffuses the control that critical words have over you, freeing you from the need to protect or hide any part of yourself. This acceptance is deeply liberating, a step toward wholeness that makes you resilient to criticism. When criticism is used as a tool for control, engaging with it only validates its power. Each time you defend yourself or explain, you allow the critic to shape the interaction. Instead, learn to listen without reacting. Practice hearing without internalizing, letting their words pass by without letting them take root. By observing their comments from a distance, you become a witness to their attempts at control without becoming a participant. This ability to remain unaffected is powerful. It shifts the dynamic, signaling that their words no longer have the authority to define you. In time, those who rely on criticism to feel in control may distance themselves when they realize their words no longer carry weight. The hold they once had begins to loosen, leaving you with a newfound freedom, a mental space where you are no longer shaped by their judgments. This distancing isn't a loss, it's a gain, a reclamation of emotional and psychological space that allows you to thrive. As you let go of their influence, you make room for people who appreciate, uplift, and respect you, people who encourage your growth rather than belittle it. Removing controlling criticism from your life doesn't mean avoiding all feedback. Constructive feedback offered with respect serves as a valuable mirror, helping you to grow and see yourself with honesty and kindness. The key is to learn to distinguish between feedback that empowers and criticism that diminishes. When you can discern the difference, you are free to engage without fear, without the worry of losing yourself in someone else's opinion. This freedom to choose what serves you is one of the most empowering aspects of self-respect. As you continue to distance yourself from criticism that seeks to control, you reclaim ownership of your self-worth. You're no longer swayed by others' judgments or opinions. Instead, you define yourself based on your values, your dreams, and your truth. This shift transforms how you see yourself, allowing you to embrace your life without the weight of others' expectations. You come to understand that your worth is intrinsic, not shaped by anyone's approval or disapproval, but rooted in a quiet, unshakable confidence that comes from knowing who you are. Choosing to let go of controlling criticism is challenging but deeply rewarding. Each step away from judgment, each boundary you set, each choice to ignore harmful words, reinforces your autonomy. This journey is one of self-respect, of honoring your right to live freely and fully, without the burden of someone else's expectations. By reclaiming your voice, you make space for a life guided by your values, your passions, and your self-worth, a life where criticism holds no chains over your decisions. Liberating yourself from controlling criticism isn't just about removing judgment, it's about returning to yourself. It's a declaration that your worth is complete, unshaken by anyone's opinion. With each criticism you release, each moment of self-acceptance, you're not only protecting yourself, you're honoring a life led by self-respect, peace, and authenticity. In choosing to be free from control, you choose a life that belongs entirely to you. Breaking free from controlling criticism is like stepping out from under a shadow. When others no longer have the power to define your worth, you're free to embrace yourself fully. Yet, there's another hidden trap to uncover: emotional dependence. Unlike physical dependencies, emotional dependence binds you invisibly, often without realizing how much it shapes your life. It's that sense of needing someone to feel complete, the belief that without their presence or approval, something is missing. Liberating yourself from this dependency means taking back the reins of your emotional life. It's a journey of reclaiming your inner strength and grounding yourself in self-assurance rather than external sources of validation. Emotional dependence often takes root subtly, woven into the fabric of relationships. At first, it feels like closeness, like intimacy, but soon it becomes a need, a feeling that without their validation, you're somehow lacking. This dependency isn't about healthy support. It's about an over-reliance that strips away your independence. You start to feel that your happiness, your security, even your identity depends on them. The result is a deep sense of attachment that isn't rooted in love, but in need. Recognizing this distinction is the first step toward freeing yourself from its grip. Understanding emotional dependence involves examining where you may be outsourcing your self-worth. When someone else becomes the primary source of your happiness or peace, your emotions are no longer under your control. You rely on their approval, their attention, their responses, making their presence the center of your well-being. Emotional dependence tricks you into believing that they complete you, but in reality, it diminishes your sense of wholeness. True connection with others enhances your life without compromising your self-sufficiency. This awareness lays the groundwork for stepping out of dependency and reclaiming your emotional freedom. To break free from this trap, begin by focusing on building a secure inner foundation. Emotional dependence often grows in the absence of inner security. When you're unsure of your own worth, you look to others to fill the gaps. But a strong sense of self comes from within. Start by affirming your value, by learning to appreciate yourself without needing external confirmation. This inner foundation isn't built overnight. It's cultivated with patience and intention, reminding yourself daily that you are complete as you are. With each affirmation, you strengthen your independence, relying less on others to feel whole. Embracing solitude can be transformative in this journey. Solitude isn't loneliness. It's a space where you can connect with yourself, learning to enjoy your own company without needing validation from others. When you're comfortable in solitude, emotional dependence begins to lose its grip. You no longer feel the need to constantly reach out for affirmation or attention because you found a source of peace within. Solitude teaches you that you are enough, that your worth doesn't hinge on anyone else's presence or approval. This is the quiet strength of independence, a reminder that you hold all you need within. Developing emotional independence also requires redefining love and relationships. Emotional dependence often confuses need with love, blending the two into a bond that feels vital but is ultimately limiting. Real love isn't about completing each other, it's about two complete individuals sharing life. Emotional independence means loving without clinging, connecting without needing to possess. When you redefine relationships this way, you shift from dependency to healthy interdependence, where each person brings their whole self rather than seeking wholeness in each other. This shift allows you to build connections that empower rather than confine. To sustain emotional independence, practice self-validation. Dependence often arises when you look to others for confirmation of your feelings, choices, or worth. By learning to validate yourself, you reduce the need for external approval. Self-validation involves acknowledging your emotions without needing someone else to agree. It's trusting your judgment, respecting your decisions, and affirming your own experiences. Each time you validate yourself, you reclaim a piece of your autonomy, building confidence that's independent of others' opinions or reactions. Letting go of emotional dependence means embracing the discomfort that comes with change. Emotional dependency creates a comfort zone, a space where you feel temporarily secure because someone else fills the void. But this security is fleeting, as it relies on factors beyond your control. Breaking free involves confronting the unease of self-reliance, of trusting that you are capable of fulfilling your emotional needs. Embrace this discomfort as a necessary part of growth, a step toward becoming resilient, whole, and free. Each time you face this discomfort, you grow stronger, transforming dependency into inner strength. In this journey, it's essential to address fears that fuel dependency. Emotional dependence often stems from a fear of abandonment, rejection, or inadequacy. These fears drive you to cling to others, seeking reassurance that you are valued. By facing these fears, you strip them of their power. Recognize that your worth doesn't hinge on anyone's acceptance or rejection. It exists independently. When you confront and release these fears, emotional dependence loses its foundation. You reclaim your emotional freedom, knowing that your value is inherent, not contingent on others' perceptions. Learning to self-soothe is another vital skill for emotional independence. Emotional dependence often arises because you rely on others to regulate your emotions, to calm your fears, or to lift your mood. By developing self-soothing techniques, you gain the power to comfort yourself, reducing the need for external reassurance. Practice self-compassion, mindfulness, or grounding techniques when you feel anxious or overwhelmed. Each time you self-soothe, you reinforce your emotional resilience, teaching yourself that you are capable of managing your inner world without relying on someone else. Healthy boundaries are essential for emotional independence. When you're emotionally dependent, boundaries often blur as you seek constant closeness or approval. Setting boundaries allows you to maintain a sense of self within relationships, ensuring that you don't lose yourself in someone else's life. Boundaries aren't barriers, they're safeguards for your emotional health. They allow you to connect deeply without compromising your independence. Each boundary you set reinforces your self-respect, reminding you that your emotional well-being is your responsibility, not someone else's. Self-reflection is a powerful tool in overcoming emotional dependence. Dependency often stems from unmet emotional needs that you may be unconsciously seeking to fulfill through others. By reflecting on these needs, you gain clarity about your motivations and desires. This self-awareness helps you understand why certain people or relationships trigger dependency, enabling you to address these needs directly rather than outsourcing them. Through self-reflection, you identify and nurture the parts of yourself that crave validation, leading to a deeper sense of wholeness and autonomy. As you cultivate emotional independence, embrace growth over perfection. Emotional dependence doesn't disappear overnight, and setbacks are part of the journey. There may be times when you feel drawn back into old patterns, moments when the comfort of dependency seems appealing. Rather than judging yourself, view these moments as opportunities to practice resilience. Each setback is a chance to reaffirm your commitment to self-reliance. Growth is a gradual process, and each small step builds a foundation of lasting independence, freeing you from the need to rely on anyone else for validation. Rediscovering your passions and interests is crucial for emotional independence. Emotional dependence often leaves you neglecting your own desires as your focus shifts to someone else's life and needs. By reconnecting with your passions, you create a life that fulfills you independently. Engage in activities that bring you joy, that stimulate your mind, and that make you feel alive. Pursuing your interests reminds you that you are a complete person with a rich inner world, independent of any relationship. This fulfillment reduces the pull of dependency, grounding you in a life that you love. Surrounding yourself with supportive, emotionally mature individuals strengthens your journey toward independence. Emotional dependence often thrives in environments where boundaries are unclear or where relationships reinforce dependency. By building connections with people who respect your autonomy and encourage your growth, you create a support system that empowers you. These relationships remind you that you can share life without sacrificing your independence. Their presence supports your journey, reinforcing your self-worth and allowing you to enjoy connection without clinging. Freeing yourself from emotional dependence is about embracing your wholeness. It's recognizing that you are enough, that your worth is complete without anyone else's approval. By building self-validation, cultivating resilience, and honoring your needs, you transform dependence into independence. You learn to love freely, connect deeply, and live authentically, knowing that you are whole on your own. This freedom is not just the absence of dependency, it's the presence of self-respect, self-love, and an unshakable peace that comes from knowing you are, and always will be, complete within yourself. As you step into a life of emotional independence, the journey reveals a new perspective on relationships. No longer confined by dependency, you are free to explore deeper connections and richer interactions. But the modern world brings unique challenges, expectations, social dynamics, and even technology, all of which can complicate relationships. The wisdom of ancient thinkers, who understood human nature in ways that still resonate today, offers powerful insights to navigate these complexities. Drawing from their teachings can bring clarity and stability, grounding modern relationships in time-tested principles. Ancient wisdom transcends time because it speaks to the unchanging core of human connection. Throughout history, philosophers, sages, and scholars have examined the essence of relationships. Their perspectives provide invaluable guidance on balance, respect, and authenticity, all critical elements in building strong bonds. While the settings and details of relationships may have evolved, human emotions and desires remain remarkably similar. Ancient teachings offer tools to cultivate harmony in relationships by recognizing these shared truths. Their wisdom doesn't impose rigid rules, but encourages a way of life that respects both self and others, enabling genuine connections without the need to sacrifice individuality. One fundamental lesson from ancient wisdom is the importance of self-knowledge. The more you understand yourself, your strengths, your values, and your weaknesses, the clearer your relationships become. Ancient Greek philosophers like Socrates emphasized the value of self-inquiry as a path to wisdom. Self-awareness cultivates honesty, allowing you to approach relationships with clarity. When you know yourself, you are less likely to be swayed by fleeting desires or external pressures. This self-knowledge builds a foundation that enables you to connect with others authentically, creating bonds based on respect and mutual understanding rather than dependency or superficial attraction. Another valuable principle is balance. Ancient teachings, particularly from Eastern philosophies, emphasize the importance of balance in all things. This idea is especially relevant in relationships, where equilibrium allows both individuals to grow without overshadowing each other. Balance means nurturing a relationship while maintaining your sense of self. It prevents the dynamics of over-reliance or neglect, creating a space where both partners feel valued and free. When you bring balance into a relationship, you support an environment where both people can flourish, where connection enhances rather than diminishes individual freedom. The concept of respect runs deeply through ancient wisdom, highlighting its importance in all human interactions. In many ancient cultures, respect was viewed as essential, a foundation for all relationships. Treating others with respect doesn't only mean kindness, it means acknowledging their autonomy, their perspectives, and their uniqueness. This respect creates a space where each person can express themselves without fear of judgment or control. Relationships grounded in respect are resilient, as they honor each person's individuality while fostering a bond that's strong and enduring. Respect transforms relationships, making them spaces of growth, acceptance, and genuine support. Boundaries, too, have roots in ancient wisdom. Stoic philosophers like Epictetus taught that while we can influence others, we cannot control them. This principle underscores the importance of boundaries, allowing each person to take responsibility for their actions without overstepping. Boundaries are not about distance, they're about clarity. By defining where you end and others begin, you create a relationship dynamic that is free from unnecessary expectations and misunderstandings. Boundaries protect the integrity of each person, fostering respect and reducing conflicts. In setting boundaries, you build relationships that thrive on mutual respect and understanding, free from the constraints of unspoken assumptions. Ancient teachings also emphasize the importance of resilience. Life inevitably brings challenges, and relationships are no exception. Rather than fearing conflict, ancient wisdom suggests embracing it as a path to growth. This perspective encourages resilience, seeing disagreements as opportunities to deepen understanding and build trust. Conflicts handled with patience and respect often strengthen relationships, revealing insights that deepen connection. By approaching challenges as chances to learn rather than threats, you build a relationship that can weather storms, creating a bond that grows stronger with each test. Another key teaching is empathy, an essential element of connection highlighted in wisdom traditions across cultures. Empathy isn't about solving others' problems. It's about genuinely listening, feeling with them, and understanding their perspective. Ancient wisdom reminds us that empathy fosters closeness, building a bridge between two individuals. When relationships are rooted in empathy, they become sources of support and comfort. Empathy allows you to see beyond your own experience, understanding others more fully, which nurtures a profound sense of closeness and belonging. Patience is another value celebrated in ancient philosophies, a trait that's essential in relationships but often overlooked. In a fast-paced world, patience can be hard to practice, yet it is key to building lasting bonds. Relationships unfold naturally when given time. Ancient wisdom encourages a steady approach, trusting that with patience, deeper understanding and connection will develop. Patience allows each person to grow at their own pace, creating a sense of ease and stability. When you practice patience, you cultivate a relationship that isn't rushed but nurtured, allowing it to evolve meaningfully. Forgiveness is a cornerstone of ancient wisdom that remains relevant today. In any close relationship, mistakes are inevitable, and forgiveness becomes essential. Forgiveness doesn't mean overlooking harm, it means releasing resentment. By practicing forgiveness, you create space for growth and healing. This ancient principle teaches that holding on to grudges only hurts the one who holds them. Letting go of past hurts allows you to move forward without the weight of resentment, fostering a relationship that can evolve without being trapped by past mistakes. Honesty, another pillar of ancient wisdom, remains as essential today as it was centuries ago. Relationships grounded in honesty allow each person to express their true self without fear. Ancient teachings encourage honesty as a path to freedom, a way to live without the burden of pretenses or secrets. In relationships, honesty builds trust, creating a bond that can withstand life's challenges. When both people are honest, the relationship becomes a space where each can grow and evolve, unencumbered by the need to hide or pretend. Honesty invites openness, building a foundation of trust and integrity. Ancient wisdom also encourages simplicity in relationships, suggesting that we often complicate matters unnecessarily. Simplicity doesn't mean neglecting depth, it means focusing on what truly matters. By stripping away unnecessary expectations and demands, you create a relationship that thrives on genuine connection rather than superficial needs. Simplicity allows relationships to develop naturally, unburdened by the weight of excessive expectations. This approach fosters a pure connection, one that isn't clouded by complications or conditions, allowing each person to experience a relationship that's fulfilling and true. Through ancient teachings, we're reminded of the importance of gratitude in relationships. Many ancient cultures viewed gratitude as a key to happiness, fostering appreciation for each moment. In relationships, gratitude means valuing each other's presence and contributions. It's easy to take loved ones for granted, but by practicing gratitude, you remind yourself of the unique qualities they bring to your life. This appreciation deepens connection, creating a positive cycle of recognition and mutual respect. When relationships are infused with gratitude, they become sources of joy and fulfillment, spaces where each person feels seen and valued. Letting go of control is another lesson rooted in ancient wisdom. Control often creates tension, stifling the natural flow of a relationship. Ancient teachings suggest releasing the need to control others, trusting that true connection thrives in freedom. When you stop trying to control outcomes or behaviors, relationships become more relaxed and authentic. Letting go allows each person to be themselves, creating a dynamic that's free from manipulation or force. This approach fosters a relationship based on respect and trust, one that allows each person to flourish independently and together. Ancient wisdom also encourages courage in relationships, the bravery to be vulnerable, to take risks, and to open up to another. Vulnerability is often feared because it involves exposing parts of ourselves, yet it's essential for true connection. By being courageous, by sharing your thoughts and feelings openly, you invite a depth of connection that goes beyond the surface. Ancient wisdom celebrates this courage as a path to intimacy, a way to connect on a deeper level. When both people embrace vulnerability, the relationship becomes a space of mutual trust and understanding. Presence, an idea celebrated in many ancient philosophies, teaches the value of being fully engaged in each moment. In relationships, presence means truly listening, being attentive, and honoring the time you share with others. In today's world, distractions are constant, but ancient wisdom reminds us of the power of attention. By being present, you show respect and care, creating moments that are meaningful and memorable. This presence deepens bonds, making relationships a source of real connection rather than simply shared time. When you practice presence, relationships gain depth, becoming experiences of true connection. Detachment is another principle from ancient wisdom that enriches modern relationships. Detachment doesn't mean apathy. It means releasing expectations and attachments that may lead to disappointment. In relationships, this approach allows you to appreciate each moment without clinging to specific outcomes. Detachment fosters resilience, allowing the relationship to flow naturally without the weight of unrealistic expectations. It frees you to enjoy each person for who they are, creating a bond that is flexible and resilient. This approach creates a relationship that can withstand changes, a space where both people are free to grow. With each teaching from ancient wisdom, relationships become spaces of growth, understanding, and joy. These principles are timeless, not because they are rigid rules, but because they honor the core of human connection. In a world of complexity, ancient wisdom simplifies, bringing clarity and balance to modern relationships. By embracing these teachings, relationships transform from sources of dependency into sources of empowerment, creating bonds that are enduring, enriching, and true. As ancient wisdom enriches your understanding of relationships, you develop a keener awareness of the qualities that enhance true connection: respect, patience, honesty. But this awareness also highlights the subtler ways people sometimes undermine these values. Hidden disrespect often appears in everyday exchanges, woven into words, gestures, or attitudes. Unlike blatant disrespect, which is easier to identify and reject, hidden disrespect is insidious. It sneaks in under the radar, leaving you questioning yourself rather than the behavior. Learning to detect and reject these subtleties strengthens your self-respect and ensures that your relationships reflect mutual regard and appreciation. Hidden disrespect often manifests in casual interactions, slipping into the dialogue without fanfare. It might look like dismissive responses, passive-aggressive remarks, or a lack of genuine listening. Often, it's easy to overlook because it seems minor, almost harmless, but each instance chips away at the foundation of respect that every relationship requires. Recognizing these subtle signs doesn't mean being hypervigilant or overly sensitive. It means valuing yourself enough to acknowledge and address behavior that falls short of the respect you deserve. Understanding these cues empowers you to maintain boundaries and uphold the standard of respect in all your connections. A common form of hidden disrespect is dismissal, where someone subtly disregards your opinions, feelings, or experiences. It might come in the form of a quick shrug, an absent-minded nod, or a change of subject when you're speaking. These gestures communicate a lack of interest or regard, sending the message that your thoughts are not worth their attention. Dismissal often goes unnoticed because it's unspoken, but its impact can be profound. Over time, repeated dismissal can erode self-esteem, leaving you feeling undervalued. Recognizing this behavior allows you to address it, ensuring that your voice isn't minimized in any relationship. Sarcasm is another subtle but impactful form of disrespect, often disguised as humor. A sarcastic comment may seem light-hearted on the surface, but it often carries a hidden edge that belittles or undermines. When someone uses sarcasm to address serious topics or to respond to genuine concerns, it signals a reluctance to engage with sincerity. Sarcasm creates an imbalance, as it shifts the conversation away from authenticity and into a space of mockery. Recognizing sarcasm for what it is, a shield for unspoken feelings or frustrations, enables you to either address the underlying issue or set boundaries to prevent further undermining. Interruptions, though common, are another indicator of hidden disrespect. Consistently interrupting someone as they speak shows a lack of regard for their thoughts, implying that what they're saying is less important. This behavior, though often brushed off as conversational style, reflects an unwillingness to truly listen and engage. Each time someone interrupts, they diminish your voice, asserting their dominance in the dialogue. Addressing this requires calmness and clarity, gently reclaiming your space in the conversation. By refusing to accept interruptions as normal, you reinforce the importance of mutual respect in communication. Another subtle form of disrespect is unsolicited advice, especially when it's repetitive or intrusive. Offering advice can sometimes be helpful, but when it's given without invitation, it can imply that you're incapable of handling things on your own. This behavior places the advice giver in a position of authority, subtly suggesting that they know what's best for you. This diminishes your autonomy, subtly undermining your ability to make your own decisions. Learning to identify when advice is offered as support versus when it's a form of control enables you to establish boundaries, asserting your capacity to manage your life without constant guidance. Nonverbal cues also play a significant role in conveying hidden disrespect. Eye-rolling, sighs, or looks of impatience are often dismissed as minor expressions, but they communicate a lack of regard that words cannot fully capture. These cues suggest frustration, annoyance, or disinterest, signaling that your presence or input is somehow bothersome. Such gestures can leave you feeling dismissed or inferior without a single word being spoken. By acknowledging the impact of these nonverbal cues, you can address them openly, signaling that you won't tolerate being diminished through subtle actions. Microaggressions, often based on stereotypes, are another pervasive form of hidden disrespect. They're small, seemingly trivial comments or actions that reveal underlying biases. These remarks might not be overtly offensive, but they convey assumptions that undermine your identity, abilities, or worth. Left unaddressed, microaggressions can accumulate, creating an environment where you feel stereotyped or reduced to others' preconceived ideas. Recognizing these behaviors empowers you to assert your individuality, refusing to let anyone's assumptions define you. Addressing microaggressions with calm confidence helps dismantle these hidden biases and promotes a culture of respect. Another subtle but impactful behavior is the withholding of acknowledgement or appreciation. When others fail to recognize your efforts, contributions, or achievements, it can signal a disregard for your value. This form of hidden disrespect often leaves you feeling unseen or taken for granted. Recognition is a basic component of respect, and when it's absent, it creates an imbalance in the relationship. Acknowledging the impact of unspoken disregard allows you to advocate for yourself, ensuring that your presence and contributions aren't overlooked. Minimization is a tactic where someone downplays your experiences, making your concerns or feelings seem trivial. This can occur in statements like, "It's not a big deal," or "You're overreacting." By dismissing your experiences, the person minimizes your reality, suggesting that your perceptions are somehow flawed. Minimization creates self-doubt, leading you to question the validity of your own feelings. Recognizing minimization allows you to validate your experiences, standing firm in your perspective rather than allowing others to diminish your reality. Subtle comparisons are another form of hidden disrespect. When someone frequently compares you to others, they imply that you don't measure up, eroding self-confidence. These comparisons can be disguised as helpful suggestions or observations, but they often carry an implicit judgment. Instead of appreciating your unique qualities, they place you in a competition you didn't ask for. By rejecting unnecessary comparisons, you affirm your individuality, embracing your strengths and quirks without needing to measure up to anyone else's standards. Gossip, while often seen as harmless, can also be a vehicle for hidden disrespect. When people speak about you behind your back, they undermine trust and create an environment of secrecy. Gossip reduces transparency, allowing assumptions and rumors to shape others' perceptions of you. Addressing gossip requires directness and honesty, communicating that you value open dialogue over whispered judgments. By refusing to engage in or tolerate gossip, you establish a standard of respect that encourages genuine interactions rather than hidden agendas. Inconsistent behavior, where someone's actions and words don't align, can be another source of hidden disrespect. When people say one thing but do another, they create confusion and instability. This inconsistency may leave you questioning their intentions, leading to a lack of trust. Recognizing inconsistency allows you to assess the reliability of others, setting boundaries to protect yourself from erratic behavior. By holding others accountable to their words, you promote a culture of authenticity and respect, where intentions are aligned with actions. Another subtle form of disrespect is feigned forgetfulness, where someone repeatedly forgets commitments or promises. This behavior signals a lack of regard for your time and expectations. When someone consistently fails to follow through, it shows a disregard for the importance of your needs. Addressing this requires firmness, making it clear that respect includes honoring commitments. By rejecting this form of disrespect, you establish that your time and trust are valuable, setting a standard for reliability in your relationships. Subtle criticism or backhanded compliments are also common forms of hidden disrespect. These comments appear positive on the surface, but carry a critical undertone. Statements like, "You're actually pretty good at that for a change," imply judgment, disguising critique as praise. Recognizing backhanded compliments allows you to address the underlying disrespect, making it clear that you value sincerity over veiled criticism. By standing firm against subtle critiques, you reinforce the importance of straightforward communication. Silent treatment, though often unspoken, is another form of hidden disrespect. This behavior withholds communication as a form of control, creating an emotional distance that leaves you feeling isolated. The silent treatment is a passive-aggressive tactic that conveys displeasure without addressing issues openly. Refusing to accept the silent treatment as normal encourages direct communication. Reinforcing that respect includes transparency and honesty rather than manipulation through silence. Dismissive humor is another tactic that disguises disrespect as a joke. When someone laughs off your concerns or uses humor to avoid addressing serious topics, it signals a lack of regard for your feelings. Dismissive humor often leaves you feeling belittled or mocked, as your emotions are trivialized under the guise of playfulness. Recognizing this behavior helps you assert the importance of respectful dialogue, making it clear that humor shouldn't be used to avoid genuine connection. In relationships, undermining comments are another way that hidden disrespect appears. These comments subtly question your abilities or decisions, casting doubt on your competence. Phrases like, "Are you sure about that?" or "I don't know if that's your strength," subtly erode confidence. By recognizing these undermining remarks, you can address them directly, reinforcing your competence and refusing to let others diminish your self-assurance. Through awareness and assertiveness, hidden disrespect can be identified and addressed. Each time you acknowledge these behaviors, you affirm your commitment to self-respect, creating relationships that reflect genuine appreciation and regard. By rejecting hidden disrespect, you set a powerful standard, ensuring that your interactions are grounded in authenticity, honesty, and respect, the cornerstones of meaningful connection. In recognizing and addressing hidden disrespect, you reclaim your right to be treated with respect and honesty. But self-respect requires more than identifying disrespect. It involves finding your voice and using it. Silence, especially when it's a response to disrespect or discomfort, has a way of eating away at your confidence. Holding back words when you truly want to speak up might seem harmless in the moment, but it creates a pattern that undermines self-esteem over time. When you silence yourself repeatedly, you internalize the idea that your thoughts, feelings, and experiences don't matter. Breaking this cycle isn't just about speaking up. It's about reclaiming your right to be heard and valued. Staying silent often feels easier, especially in situations where expressing yourself might lead to conflict or discomfort. However, this avoidance comes at a cost. Each time you choose silence over self-expression, you reinforce the idea that your comfort, peace, or perspective is secondary. Silence, when habitual, builds walls around your true self, creating a disconnection between who you are and who you present to others. This disconnection fosters self-doubt, making it harder to trust your own judgment. By finding the courage to speak up, you close the gap between your inner voice and outer actions, bringing authenticity to your relationships and to yourself. When you suppress your voice, you deny your needs. Needs don't disappear because they're unexpressed. They simply go unmet, creating a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Over time, this unmet need creates resentment, not just toward others, but toward yourself. This resentment festers, manifesting as feelings of unworthiness or inadequacy. It's a subtle message that your needs aren't as important as others' comfort. Releasing yourself from this pattern involves valuing your needs enough to voice them. Each time you do, you reinforce the belief that your needs deserve recognition and respect, fostering a healthier sense of self-worth. Silence can also create a cycle of self-criticism. When you choose not to speak up, it's easy to replay situations, wondering what could have been different if only you'd voiced your thoughts. This self-reflection can become self-criticism as you begin to label yourself as weak, timid, or unassertive. Rather than building confidence, silence feeds a negative self-image. This inner critique becomes a mental loop, reinforcing doubt with each missed opportunity to assert yourself. Choosing to speak up disrupts this cycle, replacing self-criticism with self-empowerment. Each act of self-expression builds self-respect, silencing the inner critic with a reminder of your strength. Choosing silence often means choosing comfort over growth. While it might feel safe to avoid potential conflict or rejection, this safety is temporary. Each instance of silence is a missed opportunity to grow, to learn resilience, to practice asserting yourself. By avoiding discomfort, you limit your experiences, narrowing the range of what you feel capable of handling. Over time, this avoidance creates a fear of confrontation or vulnerability, diminishing your confidence in handling life's challenges. Speaking up, even when it's uncomfortable, expands your resilience. With each expression, you prove to yourself that you're capable of facing discomfort, building self-assurance. When you silence yourself, you also prevent others from truly knowing you. Relationships thrive on authenticity, and without self-expression, there's a barrier between your true self and those around you. This barrier fosters loneliness, as the real you remains hidden. You may start to feel misunderstood or unseen, not because others don't care, but because they haven't been given the chance to see the real you. Breaking this silence allows for deeper, more meaningful connections. By sharing your thoughts, you invite others into your world, fostering relationships that reflect genuine understanding and respect. Silence can also become a habit that distorts your sense of identity. When you refrain from expressing your opinions or desires, you start to internalize the idea that they're unimportant. This belief chips away at your self-image, making you feel small or insignificant. Over time, you may even struggle to identify your own opinions, as they remain suppressed beneath a habit of deference. Reclaiming your voice is a way to reclaim your identity. Each time you express yourself, you affirm your individuality, strengthening your sense of self and reinforcing the idea that your voice matters. Holding back words also creates a dynamic where others may assume your agreement or indifference. Silence can be interpreted as consent or approval, allowing situations to unfold that you may disagree with. This passive participation reinforces the belief that your presence or perspective is inconsequential. Speaking up clarifies your stance, asserting your values and ensuring that your silence isn't mistaken for consent. Each time you voice your perspective, you establish your role in the conversation, demonstrating that your thoughts contribute value and deserve acknowledgement. Silence often stems from a fear of judgment, but this fear can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you refrain from speaking, you deny yourself the chance to test your own resilience against judgment. Instead, you remain in a bubble of self-protection, avoiding the potential sting of criticism, but also missing out on the growth that comes from facing it. Expressing yourself, despite the risk of judgment, builds a thicker skin. You learn that while others' opinions may influence, they don't define you. This resilience reinforces self-esteem, proving that you're capable of facing judgment without losing your sense of self. Silencing yourself in the face of disrespect can be especially damaging. Accepting disrespect without response suggests that it's acceptable, that your boundaries are flexible or non-existent. This passive tolerance can embolden others to continue, leaving you in situations that chip away at your confidence. Speaking up in these moments, even in small ways, establishes your boundaries and reinforces self-respect. Each time you assert yourself in the face of disrespect, you affirm your right to be treated with dignity, fostering a self-image rooted in strength and worth. Over time, silence can erode your ability to trust your instincts. By consistently ignoring your impulse to speak, you dull your inner voice. This disconnection weakens your intuition, making it harder to navigate relationships and decisions confidently. Re-engaging with your voice revitalizes your instincts, helping you reconnect with the inner guidance that knows what's best for you. Each time you act on your intuition, you reinforce a sense of self-trust, strengthening your ability to navigate life from a place of inner clarity rather than external influence. Silence also limits your ability to inspire others. By withholding your thoughts, you deny those around you the benefit of your insights, experiences, or encouragement. Your words have the power to uplift, challenge, or enlighten, but only if you choose to share them. Speaking up allows you to contribute positively, leaving an impact that goes beyond your own self-esteem. When you see the effect your words can have on others, your confidence grows as you recognize the value you bring to the lives of those around you. Learning to speak up also strengthens your ability to set and maintain boundaries. Silence often blurs boundaries, as unspoken limits are easily overlooked or dismissed. Clear expression allows you to define your limits, making it clear where you stand. This clarity reduces misunderstandings and fosters respect, as others come to recognize and honor your boundaries. Each time you articulate your limits, you affirm your right to self-respect, creating a dynamic that values mutual understanding and acknowledgement. Staying silent can lead to a feeling of powerlessness, as it reinforces the idea that you're at the mercy of others' decisions or judgments. Speaking up reclaims that power, reminding you that you have a say in your life and interactions. By expressing yourself, you shift from passive observer to active participant, influencing your environment rather than being shaped by it. This shift empowers you, reinforcing the belief that you have the right and the strength to shape your own experiences. In moments of silence, your self-worth can become tied to external validation. By refraining from expressing yourself, you may begin to seek validation through others' approval or acceptance. This dependency erodes self-esteem, as your sense of worth becomes contingent on others' opinions. Speaking up breaks this cycle, anchoring your self-worth in your own voice and actions. Each act of self-expression affirms your value, reminding you that your worth is inherent, not defined by external approval. Choosing silence over expression also creates missed opportunities. Each time you hold back, you miss the chance to share an idea, ask for what you need, or voice your truth. These missed moments accumulate, leaving you wondering what might have been different if only you'd spoken up. Over time, these regrets can weigh on your self-esteem, creating a lingering sense of unfulfilled potential. Embracing self-expression ensures that you make the most of each opportunity, fostering a sense of fulfillment and confidence in your choices. Speaking up strengthens your voice over time, making it easier with each attempt. Silence, however, weakens it, making self-expression feel increasingly foreign or uncomfortable. The more you stay silent, the harder it becomes to break the pattern, creating a cycle of self-suppression. By choosing expression, you build momentum, each act of speaking up reinforcing your confidence and comfort with self-assertion. This momentum shifts your identity from silent observer to active participant, creating a self-image rooted in strength and agency. When silence becomes a habit, it creates a version of yourself that's hidden from the world. You may feel like an outsider in your own life, as the true you remains unexpressed and unseen. Reclaiming your voice allows you to step into your own story, presenting a self that reflects your values, desires, and perspectives. Each time you speak up, you align your outer world with your inner self, creating a life that feels genuine and fulfilling. Breaking the habit of silence is challenging but transformative. Each small act of self-expression reclaims a piece of your confidence, strengthening a self-esteem that doesn't rely on others' validation. By choosing your voice over silence, you embrace authenticity, honoring your worth with each word. The journey from silence to expression is one of liberation, where each step brings you closer to a self that's empowered, respected, and truly seen. As you discover the power of self-expression, you unlock the courage to speak up for your needs, boundaries, and truth. But there's a specific form of expression that often proves challenging yet transformative: saying no and truly meaning it. In a world that often pressures us to say yes to please others or avoid conflict, learning to say no is an act of self-respect and clarity. It's not about pushing others away, but about creating the space you need to honor your values, time, and energy. Assertiveness isn't a wall, it's a doorway to authenticity, allowing you to build relationships based on mutual respect and clear understanding. Saying no with conviction is an art, a skill that strengthens with practice and fundamentally shifts how you relate to yourself and others. The power of saying no lies in its ability to define your boundaries with unmistakable clarity. Each time you assertively say no, you communicate to others that your time, resources, and well-being are priorities. Boundaries are not about exclusion, they're about defining where you end and others begin. In setting these boundaries, you create a balanced relationship dynamic, one that doesn't drain you, but instead allows you to interact from a place of strength and self-respect. The act of saying no is like placing a marker on your emotional landscape, letting others know that your needs matter too. Saying no also helps cultivate a deeper trust in yourself. When you consistently agree to things out of obligation, you may start to feel disconnected from your own desires and preferences. By practicing assertiveness, you build a sense of alignment with your true self. Each no reinforces your commitment to honoring your values rather than sacrificing them for the sake of approval. Over time, this alignment becomes second nature, creating a powerful internal compass that helps you navigate life with confidence. This trust in yourself becomes a foundation for every relationship, allowing you to engage from a place of honesty rather than people-pleasing. Another essential aspect of saying no is reclaiming your time and energy. Every yes requires a commitment, a share of your resources that could be directed toward your own goals and well-being. When you say no, you're not rejecting others. You're preserving your capacity to show up fully for what truly matters. This isn't selfish, it's essential. When you're intentional about where you invest your time, you cultivate a life that reflects your values and priorities. Each time you decline an unnecessary obligation, you reclaim time that can be spent on things that genuinely enrich your life. Learning to say no also teaches you to resist the pull of guilt that often accompanies assertiveness. Many people struggle with feelings of guilt when they turn down requests, especially from those they care about. But guilt is often a response to unrealistic expectations, not a true reflection of wrongdoing. By understanding that saying no is a legitimate and healthy choice, you release the burden of guilt. Each time you practice saying no without regret, you reinforce the understanding that your worth is not tied to your willingness to comply. This freedom from guilt allows you to make decisions that genuinely serve you. Assertiveness is a skill that improves with practice, and saying no is one of the most powerful forms of assertiveness. Each time you assert yourself, you develop a stronger voice, one that's rooted in self-respect rather than the need for approval. Over time, saying no becomes easier as you build a confidence that isn't shaken by others' expectations. This confidence transforms your interactions, creating a dynamic where others learn to respect your boundaries without resistance. Assertiveness doesn't require loudness or confrontation. It's a quiet, steady strength that grows with each act of self-advocacy. Saying no also clarifies your relationships. When you're honest about your limits, you encourage a culture of respect, where mutual understanding takes precedence over unspoken obligations. By saying no when necessary, you invite others to connect with you based on genuine appreciation, rather than on the assumption that you'll always be available. This honesty strengthens your relationships, as it eliminates the undercurrent of resentment that often arises when you overextend yourself. In relationships where respect is mutual, no is met with understanding, not disappointment. The art of saying no also lies in the way it fosters self-empowerment. When you decline requests that don't align with your goals, you affirm your control over your own life. This empowerment is a reminder that you have the right to make choices that serve you. Each no reinforces your autonomy, proving to yourself that you are in control of your path. This sense of ownership builds resilience, a self-assuredness that grows each time you prioritize your own well-being. The more you exercise this power, the more you reinforce a self-image rooted in strength and independence. Saying no can also be a tool for setting realistic expectations. When you agree to everything, you risk spreading yourself too thin, which can lead to burnout and disappointment for yourself and others. By setting limits, you ensure that you can fully commit to the responsibilities you choose. This approach allows you to deliver on your commitments with integrity, as your energy isn't divided across obligations you don't truly want to fulfill. By saying no to what isn't essential, you create space to excel in the things that truly matter, building a reputation for reliability and consistency. Practicing assertiveness in the form of saying no also fosters personal growth. Each time you assert your boundaries, you learn more about your values, your goals, and your capacity. This self-awareness is invaluable as it guides you toward choices that align with your authentic self. By understanding what you're willing to say no to, you gain clarity about what you stand for. This growth allows you to approach decisions with a greater sense of purpose and direction, transforming each no into a powerful statement of your identity and values. Saying no with confidence also contributes to emotional well-being. When you suppress your true desires, you create inner tension, a conflict between your actions and your feelings. By being honest with yourself and others, you align your actions with your emotions, creating a sense of harmony. This alignment reduces stress, as you no longer feel the need to pretend or perform. Each no brings you closer to emotional balance, allowing you to live without the pressure of meeting everyone else's expectations. This harmony fosters a deeper sense of peace, as your life becomes a reflection of your true self. In practicing assertiveness, you may find that some people resist or even challenge your no. This reaction is not a reflection of your worth, but of their adjustment to the new boundaries. When others are used to you saying yes, a no might initially surprise or disappoint them. But by standing firm, you teach them to respect your choices. With time, even those who resist may come to understand and appreciate your honesty. Each time you stay committed to your boundaries, you reinforce a self-respect that doesn't waver based on others' reactions. Saying no also creates room for self-care, a vital part of maintaining health and happiness. When you're constantly saying yes, your time for rest, reflection, and rejuvenation is limited. Self-care isn't a luxury, it's a necessity, and each no makes space for it. By choosing to prioritize your own needs, you ensure that you can show up fully, not just for others, but for yourself. This balance between giving and replenishing is essential for a fulfilling life, one where you can offer your best self without compromising your own well-being. The art of saying no also helps you avoid the trap of resentment. When you agree to things reluctantly, a sense of resentment often follows, directed either at others or at yourself. This resentment builds over time, creating a tension that affects both your relationships and your self-esteem. By saying no when you need to, you prevent this resentment from taking root, fostering a sense of openness and positivity in your interactions. Each honest no is a step toward a life free from resentment, allowing you to interact with others from a place of genuine goodwill. By practicing saying no, you also encourage others to embrace their own boundaries. Assertiveness can be contagious, inspiring those around you to recognize and respect their own limits. When others see you standing firm in your choices, it gives them permission to do the same. This mutual respect for boundaries strengthens relationships, creating a culture where everyone's needs are honored. In this way, each no contributes to a larger environment of respect and understanding, transforming interactions into spaces where honesty and individuality are celebrated. The ability to say no is a form of self-love. When you choose to prioritize your needs, you affirm that you are worthy of respect, care, and consideration. This self-love isn't selfish, it's a recognition of your inherent value. Each no becomes an act of kindness toward yourself, a reminder that your well-being matters. Over time, this self-love radiates outward, influencing your choices, your relationships, and your life's direction. By honoring yourself with each no, you create a life that reflects your deepest values and desires. In mastering the art of assertiveness, saying no becomes a tool for building a life of integrity, one where your choices are aligned with your true self. Each time you practice assertiveness, you reinforce the belief that you are the author of your own life, free to choose based on your values, not external pressure. This freedom is the essence of self-respect, a gift that grows with each act of self-assertion. By embracing this freedom, you empower yourself to live authentically, creating a life that is fully your own, guided by the strength of a confident no. Mastering the art of assertiveness transforms how you interact with others and empowers you to set boundaries with clarity. But along with the ability to say no comes another essential skill: discerning between feedback that serves your growth and criticism that only serves to tear down. In a world where opinions are freely offered and often unsolicited, knowing how to separate constructive feedback from destructive criticism is crucial to maintaining a healthy self-image and confidence. Constructive feedback guides you, offering insights that encourage improvement, while destructive criticism, masked as help, can erode self-worth and create self-doubt. This skill isn't about ignoring criticism altogether, but about learning to recognize the difference, taking in what is beneficial and letting go of what is not. By understanding this distinction, you develop resilience, gaining the ability to refine your strengths without internalizing negativity. Feedback, when constructive, carries an element of respect. It acknowledges your strengths while gently guiding you toward improvement. Constructive feedback doesn't diminish your efforts. Instead, it honors them, encouraging growth without tearing down what you've built. Destructive criticism, on the other hand, often lacks this respect. Its tone can be harsh, dismissive, or overly judgmental, focusing more on faults than on potential. By tuning into the tone and intent of the feedback, you begin to discern whether the words are meant to uplift or merely to undermine. This awareness helps you protect your self-esteem, allowing you to engage with feedback that genuinely seeks to support your progress. Constructive feedback is rooted in specifics. It addresses particular areas for improvement, offering clear examples or suggestions that you can work with. This specificity shows that the person providing feedback has taken the time to understand your efforts and respects the details of your work. Destructive criticism, in contrast, is often vague, throwing out general judgments without context or examples. Phrases like, "This just isn't good enough," or "You always mess things up," lack the clarity needed to be helpful. Recognizing this difference allows you to dismiss criticism that is overly general and therefore unhelpful. By focusing on feedback that provides actionable insights, you enhance your skills without being weighed down by unclear judgments. Intent is another key factor in distinguishing between constructive and destructive feedback. Constructive feedback is motivated by a genuine desire to see you succeed. It may come from a place of experience, where someone who has faced similar challenges wants to share insights that could benefit you. Destructive criticism, however, often stems from negativity, insecurity, or even jealousy. Rather than aiming to help, it seeks to diminish or control. By assessing the intent behind the feedback, you gain insight into the motivations of the person offering it. When feedback feels supportive and well-intentioned, it's easier to accept it as guidance. But when the intent feels harmful, you can confidently dismiss it, knowing it doesn't serve your growth. Constructive feedback is often framed with empathy. The person offering it acknowledges the challenges involved and may even share their own experiences to make the advice more relatable. This empathy creates a space where you feel understood and encouraged. Destructive criticism, in contrast, lacks this empathy, coming across as cold or even condescending. This lack of empathy often makes you feel judged rather than supported. Recognizing the presence or absence of empathy in feedback helps you gauge whether the words are meant to help you improve or simply to highlight your perceived shortcomings. Timing also plays a significant role in determining the nature of feedback. Constructive feedback is often offered thoughtfully, at a time when you're receptive and able to process it. It respects your emotional state, understanding that timing can affect how you receive and implement advice. Destructive criticism, however, is often abrupt, delivered without consideration for your readiness to hear it. It can feel like an interruption rather than a conversation. This disregard for timing reflects a lack of care for how the feedback will affect you. By noticing the timing, you gain insight into whether the feedback is offered with respect for your feelings and progress. The language used in feedback can also reveal its intent. Constructive feedback uses language that's neutral or positive, focusing on what could be improved rather than on what's wrong. It avoids extreme words like always or never, which are often used in destructive criticism to exaggerate faults. Destructive criticism tends to be absolute, using harsh language that leaves little room for growth. It may focus on personal qualities rather than specific actions, shifting from "this needs work" to "you're just not good at this." By listening to the language, you learn to identify feedback that respects your potential over criticism that aims to label or limit you. Constructive feedback often leaves you feeling motivated. Even when it highlights areas for improvement, it inspires you to keep going, to refine your work with new insights. This positive feeling isn't about ignoring faults. It's about feeling equipped to address them. Destructive criticism, however, often leaves you feeling discouraged, questioning your abilities or worth. Instead of offering a path forward, it creates a sense of inadequacy. Noticing how feedback makes you feel afterward is a powerful way to assess its value. Feedback that energizes rather than drains is far more likely to be constructive and worth considering. Destructive criticism often lacks follow-up or continued support. Someone who offers constructive feedback is usually willing to continue the conversation, to clarify points, or offer further guidance if needed. This follow-up shows that their intent is genuine, that they're invested in your progress. Destructive critics, however, often withdraw once they've offered their opinion, showing little interest in how you respond or grow. This lack of support reveals that their criticism wasn't about helping, but about making a statement. By observing whether feedback includes follow-up or support, you can distinguish between those who genuinely care and those who simply wish to critique. A constructive approach to feedback often includes an acknowledgement of your strengths. Those offering constructive criticism will recognize what you're doing well, building on these strengths as a foundation for improvement. Destructive criticism, however, focuses solely on weaknesses, ignoring your successes or positive attributes. This narrow focus creates a distorted view of your abilities, making you feel as though nothing you do is worthwhile. By seeking feedback that balances strengths with areas for improvement, you create a more accurate self-image, one that encourages growth without ignoring your achievements. Constructive feedback is respectful of your autonomy, offering suggestions rather than commands. It respects that you have the choice to implement the feedback in a way that aligns with your style and goals. Destructive criticism, however, often sounds like an ultimatum, implying that there's only one correct way to proceed. This rigid approach discourages creativity, making you feel restricted. By recognizing feedback that respects your autonomy, you foster a sense of ownership over your growth. You're empowered to integrate advice in a way that complements your unique approach, rather than feeling confined by narrow expectations. The source of the feedback also matters. Constructive feedback often comes from those who have expertise or experience in the area. Their insights are informed by knowledge, making their advice relevant and applicable. Destructive criticism, however, can come from those who lack experience, offering judgments without a true understanding of the subject. By considering the credibility of the source, you ensure that the feedback you accept is well-informed and applicable to your situation. Trusting credible sources prevents you from internalizing uninformed criticism, keeping your growth grounded in real knowledge rather than unqualified opinions. Constructive feedback is usually given in private, respecting your dignity and allowing you to reflect without the pressure of others' opinions. Destructive criticism, however, may be given publicly, as if to assert dominance or to highlight your faults for an audience. Public criticism can feel like an attack, leaving you exposed rather than encouraged. By recognizing the setting in which feedback is offered, you protect yourself from criticism meant to shame rather than support. Feedback given in private respects your right to improve without feeling humiliated, fostering a safe space for growth. Constructive feedback is flexible, allowing for dialogue and discussion. The person offering it is open to questions and willing to explain their perspective. This openness encourages a collaborative approach to growth, making you feel involved in the process. Destructive criticism, however, is rigid, leaving no room for discussion or alternative viewpoints. This lack of flexibility can make you feel trapped, as if the criticism is a final judgment rather than a perspective. By engaging with feedback that invites dialogue, you reinforce a sense of mutual respect, fostering growth that feels collaborative rather than imposed. When you learn to separate constructive feedback from destructive criticism, you cultivate a resilient sense of self. Each piece of feedback becomes an opportunity to grow rather than a reason to doubt yourself. By recognizing the characteristics of constructive feedback, you build a filter that lets in only what is useful, leaving behind what does not serve you. This skill empowers you to engage with feedback thoughtfully, using it as a tool for refinement rather than a source of self-doubt. It's a skill that grows with practice, allowing you to navigate life with a balanced sense of confidence and openness to growth. Learning to separate constructive feedback from destructive criticism has shown you how to guard your self-worth from negativity and uninformed judgment. But even with this skill, you may still find yourself sensitive to others' opinions, especially when they seem critical or harsh. The Stoic approach to resilience offers a path to inner stability, a way to engage with the world's judgments without losing sight of your own value. Stoicism teaches that while others' opinions are beyond your control, your response to them is entirely within your power. Building resilience to these opinions doesn't mean ignoring what others say, but finding the inner strength to remain unmoved by judgments that don't align with your truth. This is a discipline that transforms how you view yourself, making your peace unshakable, no matter how the world responds. The foundation of Stoic resilience lies in recognizing that not every opinion deserves your attention. Ancient Stoic philosophers like Epictetus taught that people's judgments often reveal more about them than about you. They come from others' biases, experiences, and beliefs, which may have little to do with who you are. By understanding that opinions are reflections of those who hold them, you gain the freedom to let go of reactions that don't serve you. This awareness shifts your focus inward, allowing you to invest your energy in the things you can control, your own actions, thoughts, and values. In this, you find the freedom to live authentically, guided by your inner principles rather than by others' expectations. A key Stoic principle is distinguishing between what is within your control and what is not. Others' opinions fall into the category of things you cannot control. Attempting to influence or appease these opinions is like trying to control the wind. When you accept that others' judgments are outside your influence, you release yourself from the burden of trying to please everyone. This shift creates an internal peace, as your sense of worth is no longer tied to others' views. By focusing on what you can control, your own character and responses, you become resilient, grounded in values that do not change with others' perceptions. Another central concept in Stoicism is the idea of indifference. This doesn't mean apathy, but rather an ability to remain unaffected by things that don't contribute to your character or purpose. Others' opinions, especially those based on superficial judgments, fall into this category of indifferent matters. By cultivating a mindset that treats these opinions as irrelevant to your self-worth, you develop a powerful resilience. Each time you practice indifference to judgments that don't align with your values, you strengthen your ability to live unshaken, your inner peace preserved regardless of external noise. The Stoic approach also emphasizes focusing on your own values and principles. When you're clear about what matters to you, others' opinions lose their power to sway you. Your values become a compass, guiding your actions and helping you remain true to yourself. Instead of seeking approval, you seek alignment with your principles, which brings a deeper sense of fulfillment than external validation. This alignment fosters resilience, as your confidence grows from knowing that you live by your own standards, regardless of others' views. By grounding yourself in values, you create a foundation that withstands the changing tides of public opinion. Developing resilience to others' opinions also involves practicing emotional discipline. The Stoics believed that while emotions are natural, we have the power to manage how we respond to them. When faced with criticism or judgment, emotional discipline allows you to pause, observe the reaction, and choose a response rather than reacting impulsively. This discipline builds strength, as you're no longer at the mercy of others' words. Each time you respond thoughtfully instead of emotionally, you reinforce your independence, creating a space where your self-worth is protected from external influence. This approach nurtures a calm confidence, allowing you to engage with others without losing your center. Stoicism also teaches the importance of self-reflection. a practice that strengthens resilience by fostering self-knowledge. Through regular reflection, you become more aware of your values, your progress, and areas for growth. This self-awareness gives you a solid sense of who you are, making you less susceptible to others' judgments. When you know yourself deeply, others' opinions carry less weight, as they no longer have the power to define you. Self-reflection encourages resilience by creating a self-image that's grounded in truth, rather than in others' perceptions, allowing you to remain steady in the face of criticism. The Stoics encourage the practice of non-attachment, a mindset that reduces the impact of others' opinions. Non-attachment doesn't mean disengagement. It means recognizing that your worth isn't tied to approval or criticism. When you're non-attached, you engage with others without feeling the need to earn their favor. This practice fosters resilience as it frees you from the fear of rejection. You approach life with an open heart, unaffected by whether others agree with or understand you. This detachment creates a quiet confidence, allowing you to pursue your path with integrity, regardless of others' judgments. Another valuable Stoic teaching is to anticipate criticism without fearing it. The Stoics believed that criticism is inevitable, a natural part of interacting with others. By expecting criticism, you reduce its emotional impact, as it no longer comes as a shock. This expectation allows you to prepare mentally, creating a space where criticism can be heard without affecting your peace. When you view criticism as a normal occurrence rather than a threat, you develop resilience as your self-esteem no longer hinges on others' approval. This perspective transforms criticism from a source of fear into an opportunity for growth. Stoic resilience also involves embracing the impermanence of others' opinions. Opinions are fleeting, often changing with circumstances, moods, or trends. By understanding that opinions are temporary, you free yourself from their weight. This knowledge gives you perspective, helping you to see beyond the moment. Instead of being affected by passing judgments, you focus on what endures: your character, your purpose, your values. This long-term view fosters resilience, as it keeps you grounded in what truly matters, unaffected by the ever-shifting opinions around you. The Stoic approach encourages you to view opinions as separate from your identity. Others' judgments are not reflections of your true self. They're interpretations based on limited knowledge or assumptions. By creating a mental boundary between who you are and how others see you, you protect your self-image from distortion. This boundary fosters resilience, as you no longer internalize judgments that don't align with your reality. You become secure in your own identity, free from the need to conform to others' expectations, embracing a self-worth that is self-defined and unwavering. A core Stoic principle is accepting that some people's opinions may be unfavorable, regardless of what you do. No matter how kind, skilled, or genuine you are, not everyone will understand or appreciate you. By accepting this truth, you release yourself from the need to please everyone. This acceptance fosters resilience, as it shifts your focus from others' approval to your own integrity. Each time you acknowledge that not everyone will agree with you, you strengthen your ability to live authentically, unburdened by the pressure to conform. The Stoics also taught that adversity, including criticism, is an opportunity to strengthen your character. When others' opinions challenge you, they offer a chance to practice patience, humility, or courage. By viewing criticism as a teacher rather than an obstacle, you turn each judgment into a moment of growth. This perspective builds resilience as you learn to see others' opinions not as threats, but as stepping stones on your journey. Each challenge becomes a tool for refinement, reinforcing your commitment to self-improvement and inner strength. Resilience to others' opinions also involves choosing not to react immediately. The Stoics valued measured responses, recognizing that immediate reactions are often driven by emotion rather than reason. By pausing before responding, you gain clarity, allowing you to decide if the opinion deserves your attention. This pause creates resilience, as it frees you from impulsive reactions that may undermine your peace. Each time you choose patience over reaction, you reinforce your self-control, proving to yourself that you're capable of facing others' opinions without being swayed. Building resilience in the face of others' opinions is a journey of self-empowerment. By learning to focus on what you can control, to separate yourself from others' judgments, and to accept criticism as a natural part of life, you develop an unshakable confidence. This Stoic approach transforms how you relate to the world, allowing you to navigate life with a calm strength that remains steady, regardless of external noise. In this resilience, you find the freedom to live authentically, guided by your own values and unbound by others' perceptions. As we wrap up this journey through the timeless wisdom that remains as relevant today as it did centuries ago, remember that the true power of this ancient guidance lies not just in knowing it, but in living it. Setting boundaries, embracing self-worth, mastering assertiveness, and learning to silence the noise of others' opinions are the stepping stones to a life of purpose, resilience, and authenticity. Each principle is a reminder that, despite the pace and complexity of modern life, the keys to a fulfilling life have always been within reach. Start small. Practice saying no when you need to. Choose relationships that honor your values, and let go of what no longer serves you. These steps, rooted in ancient wisdom, will build a life that reflects your truest self, a life of strength, peace, and unshakable self-respect. If you found value in these lessons, share your thoughts in the comments below. Which of these principles speaks most to you, and where will you start applying it in your own life? And if you're inspired to explore more about